Okay, so let's start. And you've got quite a large handout. So I hope you don't come up to me in the break and say, oh, there is one slide we haven't got. Can you photocopy that? That's something else American audiences do. You know, if you give them 2,000 slides, there is one they haven't got. And in Italy, you know, by contrast, in Italy, they're all medical doctors, those who come to my lecture. There are no handouts. Nothing. They just write. Nothing at all. Okay, so let's talk about Shen. I'm going to talk about, in these sections, Shen, Hun, and Po first, then the emotions, and then anxiety and depression. In order to understand the pathology of anxiety and depression, we need to understand Shen, Hun, and Po. Why have I got this picture here? That's our idea, our perception of Chinese medicine. This, i.e., a beautiful building, very harmonious lines, architectural lines. This is a Gothic cathedral. They've got, as you can see, very harmonious geometry. This is, in fact, Köln Cathedral in Germany. So, one architectural style. And in fact, I think Chinese medicine is more like this. It's a mixture of influences. And this will come up as we talk about Shen, Hun, and Po. In my opinion, we tend to romanticize Chinese medicine a bit. It's all very harmonious. Yin and yang, the 5 elements, the 4 seasons, the 8 trigrams, and this and that. But it doesn't really work like that. And it's a very interesting exercise you can do. Just take one chapter, even one chapter of the same book, of the Neijing, and you can find something there is Taoist, and something is before Taoism. As we will see now, some of these ideas are very ancient. They predate Taoism. Okay? So, and that's why Chinese medicine is as it is. There are contradictions. Even the same chapter of the Neijing and the Nanjing will have 2 contradictory views, even in the same chapter. And we shouldn't be surprised of it. That's how it is, and it works. And but this will become evident when we talk about Shen, Hun, and Po, especially Hun, because some of the ideas on which the nature of the Hun is based are very, very ancient, before Taoism. Okay? So I'm going to talk about the Shen first, but not in as much detail as the Hun. I'll spend most time discussing the Hun, because that's the one that's probably most under-discussed. And modern Chinese books don't have this discussion at all. With a few, very few exceptions. There may be 2 or 3 lines on the Hun, because they are Marxist and they're not comfortable with these ideas. And as we will see in a moment, if you look at the Chinese character for the Hun, there is another reason why they're not so comfortable with it, because it contains the character for Gui, which is a ghost or a spirit. So it suggests a whole another world, the world of spirits, which of course Marxists don't like. Okay? And I will spend some time also to discuss the relationship with the Shen and Hun, which is absolutely crucial in all our mental, emotional functions, physiology and pathology. First of all, why do I translate Shen as mind in my books? First of all, I should say I don't attach great importance to how you translate Chinese words, contrary to what most people now think. There's this issue on terminology, this so-called debate on terminology. what is the correct translation of a Chinese term. I don't think there is such a thing, a correct translation, because every Chinese character corresponds to a cluster of meanings. 1, 2, 3, 4. Especially in Chinese medicine. Jue, take the word jue. In Jueyin, it can mean precordial pain, it can mean cold hands, it can mean stroke, it can mean the Jueyin channels. How do you translate jue? The translation of jue would differ in context. In this context is something, in this context is something else. So I'm not saying that as is the correct translation of Shen. The only reason I draw your attention to it is that I call the Shen of the mind the Shen of the heart, if you look at these 5. And I call the spirit those 5 together. That's the only reason why I'm drawing your attention to it. I am not saying that the word Shen cannot mean spirit. It can. I'm not saying that. I'm saying in the context of these 5 things, as we might call them, which incidentally in Chinese are often called the 5 shens. These are called the 5 shens. The Shen of the heart, in my opinion, corresponds more to what we call the mind in Western neurology and philosophy. And this, what we call the spirit, at least as I understand the spirit, is these 5 together. In other words, crucially, if you call that the spirit, you undervalue or underuse the other 4, especially the Hun, especially. Is that clear? Have you got any questions on this particular thing? But in my lectures, I don't translate things. I only translate things in my books for various reasons, which sometimes I regret doing. But that's how I've done it. So to be consistent, I continue doing it. But in my more recent books, I've changed my method by using the pinyin in brackets more often. So if I use the term mind, especially the first time it appears in the chapter, I will have Shen in brackets. And I do this for most Chinese terms. Going back to that, even if you take a simple thing like Tian, you've heard of Tian, heaven. It's the most obvious translation of Tian, but still is wrong. Why is it wrong? Because it could mean nature. It's not necessarily heaven. And why is it wrong? Also because the moment you call it heaven, you give it a Christian connotation, whether you like it or not, in heaven. And it's not that at all. Tian is not that. It can even mean nature. And it's usually used in opposition to Ti, earth, as a stage of dispersal of qi. Tian is also, you could define it as a stage of dispersal of qi. That would be a translation of it. See? So that's what I mean when I say that I'm not interested in this so-called debate on terminology. What is the correct translation of a Chinese word? Because one Chinese word, there is no such thing. Because this Chinese language works that way. That's how it works. And that's how Chinese mind works. It's a word of relationships. Tian means something in one context and something else in another context. And that's how their language works, and that's how their mind works. Okay? Of course, as an author, you have to be consistent. That's the minimum you can do, to be consistent and have a glossary. Okay? So that's why I'm drawing your attention to this, not because I believe that mind is the correct translation of Shen, but because I think if you look at the functions of the Shen, that's really what it is. And what we call the spirit is these 5 together, especially the Hun. For example, if you have what is a spiritual, so-called spiritual problem? When you wonder about the meaning of life, you reach 40, midlife crisis, you wonder about life, the meaning of life, what is this all about? That's a so-called spiritual problem. That's not a Shen problem. That's a Shen Hun problem. That's what I'm saying. And Po as well, but especially Hun. It's a Shen Hun. It's not even a problem. It's a Shen Hun reflection. Okay? So that's what you got in the first 2 pages of your handout. And if we look at the character for Shen, that's something else I strongly believe in. Yeah, by the way, these 5 things in Chinese are called sometimes the 5 shens, and sometimes confusingly the 5 zhe, this one. Confusingly, the 5 zhe can also mean the 5 emotions. You see how confusing it is? So, something else I strongly believe in is that rather than getting bogged down, what is the correct translation of something, is to look at the Chinese character and see what it means. And you got this in your handout, which unfortunately doesn't have page numbers. So that's the character for Shen. As you probably some of you know, most Chinese styles are characters are composed of 2 parts, 3 parts, or 4 parts. Here there are clearly 2 parts. And when it's 2 parts, one part is called a radical, and the radical gives it the meaning. And the other part is called phonetic. It gives it a sound, because that's how Chinese language is. It's a very strange language. There is no connection between that word and that sound, Shen. That could be Jing, or Bing, or Wang, or Wang. You know what I mean? There is no real reason why that's called Shen. How do we know it's called Shen? Because supposing you're a Chinese child, you've never seen it, and you look at that on the right, that's Shen. Is one of the, by the way, it's one of the 12 branches. There are only 214 basic radicals. Only. There are 60,000 words, but only 214 radicals. The radicals are the building blocks. So supposing you're a child, you've never seen this word, you know most probably that's pronounced Shen. So that's phonetic. That tells you this is Shen. The complication is that sometimes it plays tricks because it could be Chen or Gen, ZH or CH. But most probably it will be Shen. So that's phonetic and that's the radical. Therefore, we look at that first because that gives it a meaning. And that is a contraction of that, she. See, the one on the left is called she. The one on the left by itself is called she. It's not called Shen. But together with that, that is phonetic, that makes it Shen. And that's what she means. As you can see, it gives you some ideas of something spiritual, pure, something to do with religion as well. This was also, according to some dictionary, this was also the altar for ancient animal sacrifices. Notice that influx from heaven, nothing to do with Christian heaven. Okay? So that and these 2 lines are the old form of Shang, above. And these 3 vertical lines is what is hanging from heaven. So in other words, something pure to do with religion, animal sacrifices, spiritual, or let's say non-material. However, having just said that one part is phonetic and only gives it a sound, that's not entirely true. Many times the phonetic part also contributes to its meaning, and in the context of Shen, I think that's absolutely crucial. And that's what Shen means. To state, to express, to explain, to stretch, to extend. What does that mean? That's the function of the Shen of the heart. Extend towards others in relationship. That's what allows you to function in the world. That's what you don't have if you're autistic. You're closed in your own world. That function of the Shen, that Shen of the Shen, extending, is missing. And that's a crucial aspect of the Shen of the heart. To state, to express, to stretch, to extend towards others, towards the world, relationships, in the family, and in society. And that's a function of the Shen of the heart. As we will see later, Shen in the context of mental emotional life has another meaning. And it is synonymous with expansion. As we will see, Shen is used to indicate expansion, centripetal, growing, young, as opposed to Gui, which is the opposite of all those. Contraction, centrifugal. No, sorry, this is centrifugal. Centrifugal, centripetal. Decaying, and yin. They indicate two mental states, Shen and Gui. When you feel extrovert, you want to go out, you want to meet people, you're Shen. If you feel you want to stay at home, you're in a reflective, quiet mood, you're in a state of Gui, which is physiological and not pathological. It can become pathological. Our mind, our Shen, goes through waves of Shen and Gui. It's the same word. That Shen is the same word as this, but as you can see, completely different context. But that state of Shen does depend on the Shen of the heart. Okay? There are two places here in the front. Yes?
What is, centrifuge? I know what that is, like in a medical lab, where
yeah.
It goes out and outlet. But
goes out and centripetal goes in.
Okay.
Expansion and contraction.
Okay.
Expansion and contraction. Interestingly, in my opinion, I have a theory. And actually, I had a theory, and I thought it was my theory. And then I read it in a book by Ledoux. Have you heard of Ledoux? You should read his books. I'll give you some names of some Western neurophysiologists which you should read. And music is all about Shen and Gui. Classical music. If you listen, especially Beethoven and Brahms, Rachmaninoff, it all does that all the time. It's waves of Shen and Gui, Shen and Gui, Shen and Gui, contracting and expanding. And that's probably why music is the most moving of the arts, because it vibrates with our waves in our brain. Shen and Gui, just like does something to your brain. And this is not only my idea. This guy, Ledoux, came to the same conclusion. You don't often burst into tears looking at a painting or a sculpture, but it's very frequent with music. Okay, so let's go on with this. Any question on this? Yes?
How do you spell Ledoux?
It's a French name, but it is American. Two guys you should read, Ledoux and Damasio. They wrote all about emotions. You know, in Chinese medicine, we say Chinese medicine is unique because it considers body and mind together. Not true. Western medicine does that. These people do that. These people's books are all about their connection, integration, and how you cannot separate body and mind. The problem with Western medicine is that at high levels of research, they are very well aware of the connection between body and mind. But then the lower levels of the ordinary family GP, it doesn't filter through that idea very much. But at these levels, I mean, one of these I think is a Nobel Prize. Edelman is another one. Edelman is another one, but that's hard going. He's a Nobel Prize. I mean, these are very eminent researchers.
And they're neurophysiologists?
Yes.
Okay.
Neurophysiologists. I don't know what you call them. I think neurophysiologists. And this guy, especially Damasio, is also practicing. He also sees patients. I think the others are just researchers. And Damasio wrote all 2 or 3 books on the emotions. Okay, so any other questions? Interestingly, the idea of stretching with Shen, the old Chinese character, was a rope being stretched by 2 hands, indicating this stretching, extension, expanding. It's also interesting, it only occurred to me recently, you know, how I keep going on about that the Shen of the heart is the mind, not the spirit. In serious mental illness, the Shen is obstructed. We're going to talk about that. Or clouded, some people call it misted, whatever. You get serious mental illness. Bipolar, schizophrenia, psychosis. But that is the mind of the heart that is obstructed. Your spirit is not obstructed. Your spirit cannot be obstructed. That's another reason for translating the Shen of the heart as the mind. Those people were both mad. But look what they produced. So their mind was obstructed, but their spirit wasn't. And there are loads of examples of artists who are bipolar. Okay, so that's an interesting. It only occurred to me recently that it's the mind that is obstructed, not your spirit. And that's another reason why I translate the Shen of the heart as the mind. I repeat, that does not mean that the word Shen cannot mean spirit. It can. Okay? And in fact, when you read the Neijing or any other classics, you see the word Shen, you don't. Sometimes you may translate it as the mind. Sometimes it may be the spirit. I myself, when I translate some point names, Shen Ting, Do 24, I think that Shen there is the spirit. It's not the heart. Shen Ting, Do 24, it's a major point which I use all the time. That's, in my opinion, that Shen is the total of those 5. It is the spirit, the courtyard of the spirit. It's not the courtyard of the heart, Shen. We will see later on why. These are all the people who were great artists and completely mad. And this is only a small proportion of them. Okay, so let's go on talk about describing the Shen. The Shen, as you know, comes from the meeting of the Jings of mother and father. You got this in your handout. And that's a typical Chinese view that shows the integration of body and mind. Jing and Shen together, in fact. That's the Jing of the kidneys. Together means any of these three things: spirit, mind, or consciousness. And that's a very typical Chinese idea, this close integration. The two Jings, a material substance, form the Shen of the fetus. Of course, that's a very primordial Shen. The Shen is not fully matured until about 7 years old, 6 or 7. But it's a very interesting connection between Jing and Shen and kidneys and heart. For example, gallbladder 13, Ben Shen, the root of Shen, does that. It gathers Jing to the brain, and it helps the Shen, gallbladder 13. So gallbladder 13 kind of strengthens that relationships. It gathers the Jing to the brain to support the Shen. Another point that I use all the time. And in fact, Jing-shen Ping, this is character for Ping, means mental illness in Chinese. So let's look at, these are the basic functions of the Shen, of the heart, which you have in your handout. And I want to draw your attention to the red ones. We all know it influences cognition, thinking, cognition, memory, very important for memory, and of course our very consciousness, being conscious. If you faint, the Shen is disabled, is not there, is temporarily not there. Even also when you're asleep, by the way. The Shen of the heart is asleep, is temporarily, partially disabled every night, every time you go to sleep. But besides being consciousness in the sense of being conscious, the Shen of the heart is also that sense of self, insight, sense of self. Or you can call it the ego in Jungian psychology. In Western philosophy, it's often called the self. And that depends on the heart, not the other four. The other four, this is a crucial difference with the other four, Hun and Po. The other four don't have that consciousness, and they don't have that self-consciousness. And that is what is lost inside, in serious mental illness. I repeat, schizophrenia, serious bipolar disorder, and psychosis. That is lost. You think you're Jesus Christ. There's a loss of insight, loss of the sense of self. Okay? So those I wanted to highlight. And the other thing I want to highlight is emotions. That all emotions affect the Shen of the heart, not only excess joy. Because the Shen of the heart, it has the consciousness which perceives the emotions. When you say, I feel angry, who is that I that feels angry? Is the Shen of the heart. When you say, I feel fearful, that I is the Shen of the heart. Fear will affect the kidneys. but it's the heart that feels it. Anger will affect the liver, but it's the heart that feels it. Therefore, every emotion affects the heart. And that's why the red tip of the tongue is so common. It doesn't usually indicate excess joy. It can be any emotion. That's a very good example of red tip of the tongue. And this is only a partial list of emotions. There are many more. So each emotion is connected to an organ through this dotted line, but they all go through the heart. Interestingly, this anger affecting the liver is a feeling. Feeling and emotions are not the same thing. If you read those books by those people, you will see some very interesting discussions, which were also interestingly discussed by the ancient Greeks all the time, especially the Stoics, had very sophisticated views of the emotions, and Aristotle. And feeling and emotion is not the same thing. Emotion is the cognitive aspect of it. Feeling is what comes before, which affects the body. I.e., anger does something to your body. You sweat, maybe very subtle, your blood pressure goes up slightly, maybe you get thirst, all the things that happen when you're angry. And that's a feeling which affects the body before someone thinks, I feel angry. By the time you say you think, I feel angry, it's the Shen of the heart. And that's the cognitive aspect of the emotion. And Aristotle talked about that. He said these are the real emotions. He called the feelings the first movements. He said those are not the real emotions. The real emotion is only when you reach the cognitive stage. And interestingly, these feelings affect these organs directly, these dotted lines. But when you think I feel angry, it is the heart that feels angry. And the two are inseparable. Even Aristotle said many years ago, you cannot separate anger from a red face and blood boiling, he said. You can't have the emotion without the feeling. If you had the emotion without the feeling, then you couldn't say I feel angry, you should say I think angry. It becomes purely cognitive, which it's not. And we know from Chinese medicine it's not. And Chinese medicine has a brilliant view of emotions as factors which derange qi. That's a brilliant view. And qi is physical and mental. You can't separate the two. Anger makes qi rise. So the heart feels anger. You can't separate that from its effect on the liver, making qi go up, liver yang rising, thirst, red face, shouting, etc., etc. You can't separate the two. But interesting that the feeling comes before the emotions. There are even feelings of which we are not conscious. And they've proved that with some very clever experiments called backward masking. Which means that you have a group of volunteers and they're all wired up to measure their blood pressure, the skin temperature, sweating, the heart rate, and their brain MRI scans of the brain. And you show them a series of slides. And you show them a very upsetting slide of war, someone being tortured, something really gory and setting, but you show them for a fraction of a millisecond. That doesn't have time to enter consciousness. And it's followed by a neutral slide, which you show for longer. Let's say a landscape. That's why it's called backward masking, because this slide masks the previous one. But the interesting thing is that when they see that slide, they are not conscious of it, but their body is. The skin temperature, sweating, blood pressure, heart rate, the brain circuits, it's all reacts to that. So there are even feelings that do not enter consciousness. And the feeling that do not enter consciousness, in my opinion, from the Chinese point of view, affect the Po. All feelings affect Po. Because Po is the animal soul, as we will see. We'll look later on. We will look at another diagram, which has the Po here, because all emotions, in a cognitive sense, influence the heart, because the heart is the only one that has consciousness, the mind. But also all feelings, these dotted lines, they all affect the Po, because it's the body. The Po is the body. It's the physical soul, the animal soul. Yes?
I'm used to worry being associated with the spleen.
Yes, it is. This is only as an example. It's just a simplification.
Okay.
Worry is associated with both spleen and lungs, yeah.
Okay. And what does pensiveness mean?
Well, we're going to talk about that.
Okay.
It's the yi of the spleen.
So like shy and things like that, maybe?
Like?
Holding back, like shy or something like that.
We're going to talk about the emotions one by one.
Okay. Thank you.
That's my translation of other authors use rumination.
Oh, okay.
What else do they use? Overthinking. Some modern Chinese books completely wrongly use the word meditation, which shows that some translations from Chinese books are really bad, and that's not meditation. Meditation is the cure for pensiveness. Okay. Rumination and overthinking. So this is only as an example. It's a simplification of the real emotions. And there are many more emotions than those. Oh, and we got this diagram here. Have you got this diagram here? Mm-hmm. So that's what I was saying. That's the cognitive part of the emotion. That's the feeling part of the emotion. And that's why I treat the lungs all the time. Even if you have anger, I'll treat the lungs. Especially lung 7 or lung 3. It doesn't have to be a lung emotion. Anger, fear. Okay? Okay, we're not going to spend time on this. Yes, I wanted to say a few things about coordinating and integrating. You got this slide, you see where it says finally. These are two important functions of the Shen of the heart. It coordinates and integrates the other four, because it's the only one that has the consciousness. And in that sense, the heart is the emperor or the king or the monarch of the other 11. In my opinion, only in that sense. because it coordinates and integrates the other four. And it is responsible for the sense of self because it's the only one that has consciousness. Because if someone asks me which is the most important organ of the body, I wouldn't say the heart. What would you say?
The brain.
Yeah, you could say the brain. Or, from the Chinese point of view, I would say the kidneys. Because they're the foundation of yin and yang, water and fire. They store Jing. Some people call me a kidney freak. Which I am. I am a kidney freak. So I would say the most important of the Tsang Fu is the kidneys, not the heart. Or if you follow the school of stomach and spleen, you may say the stomach and spleen together are the central organ. They produce qi and blood. If stomach and spleen are weak, everything is weak. In terms of Tsang Fu functions, the heart is not really the most important, is it? But it is the most important because of that. The sense of self, consciousness, and coordinate and integrates the other four. So these are the functions of the Shen, which you have. And I repeat, I've highlighted in red what I feel the important ones. Consciousness, insight, three things. Consciousness, insight, relations with others. Shen meaning extending, projecting outwards, stretching. And as you can see, it does many other things. Defines us as individuals, comfort, sense of self. And by the way, we're not going to talk about it, but it also controls all the senses. Not every eye, not every eye problem is related to the liver. It can be the heart. Not every ear problem is related to the kidneys. You can get tinnitus from heart qi not going up to the ears, for example. It controls all the five senses. Okay, so any questions so far? So let's talk about the Hun now. And the Hun is part of those five things. I don't know what to call them. There is no English word for it. As I said, these are, in Chinese, are sometimes called the five shens. And sometimes even the five zhi. And each of these is housed in a yin organ, in a tsang. Interestingly, not in the yang organs, which does not mean that the yang organs are not used in mental emotional problems, by far. But there's one important thing I'd like to highlight. Don't take this too rigidly, i.e., just because the Hun resides in the liver, it does not mean it is affected only by the liver. That's very important. For example, the Hun is affected by heat, but there can be heat of any organ. Heart fire, stomach heat, lung heat, kidney empty heat, any heat can affect the Hun. So don't take this too rigidly. But of course it is important, because if you want to nourish the Hun, for example, and root the Hun, you do need to treat the liver. And this diagram here will become clearer as the discussion progresses. I've got Shen and Yi up here, together, overlapping. We will see why. I've got the Je down here because it pertains to the kidneys, but it really, Shen, Yi, and Je really go together. Those three go together. And Hun and Po are there on their own. Hun connected to Shen and Qi, and Po to Qi and Jing. And as we will see, this is crucial, this relationship. Okay, any questions? So, let's talk about the Hun. Actually, what have you got in your handout? You got Yi and Je first. Okay, let's talk about Yi and Je first. Let's follow your handout. So why are we talking about Yi and Je? Because of that diagram. We've talked about the Shen, and in my opinion, Yi and Je, the one of the spleen and the kidneys, are like sub-aspects of the Shen. So in that diagram, I've got the Je at the bottom to reflect the fact that it's in the kidneys, but in reality are like that. The Shen is kind of bigger, Yi and Je like that. Okay? And in my opinion, I repeat, Yi and Je are like sub-aspects of the Shen. These three kind of work together, the three aspects. In fact, the ancient Chinese are very clever. There are three aspects of our consciousness and our memory. If you read those authors, you realize, in fact, how clever these ancient Chinese ideas were, or are. So let's talk about the Yi, which you have here in your handout. That's the character for Yi, and crucially, Yi means to think or idea. Crucially, it has the heart at the bottom. That will be the radical in this case, which gives the meaning. The part on the top would be phonetic. It gives it that sound, Yi. I translated intellect. I repeat, I do not claim that to be the correct translation of Yi. And the Yi is that part of the brain, of the Shen, that does that, is responsible for that. Cognition, thinking, and a lot to do with memory and focusing and ideas. Which, when it becomes pathological, it becomes pensiveness, or even worse, obsessiveness. Pensiveness is like the pathological mirror image of this. The energy of the spleen allows you to concentrate on your work, focus, and then in its pathology it becomes pensiveness. And that's a typical Chinese idea. The spleen is responsible for postnatal qi and blood, which is the foundation of Yi, this integration of body and mind. If your postnatal qi and blood are good, then Yi is good. Your mind thinks clearly. And notice this passage from the Su Wen, which you have in your handout. It's actually from the Ling Shu. It's the famous chapter 8 of the Ling Shu. The heart function, you see, notice that. The heart function of recollecting is called yi. See the very close relationship between the Shen of the heart and yi. So the yi of the spleen is the sub-aspect of the heart function to do with memory, in other words. And the following slide kind of plots the different types of memory that we have. We have implicit memory and explicit memory. Explicit memory means the capacity of memorizing either past events or facts when you're studying. And that depends on the hippocampus. The implicit memory is related more to the body memory, which in Western neurophysiology depends on the basal ganglia. It's memory of learned actions. And that's that memory that allows you to ride a bicycle 25 years after you've never ridden one. You still remember it. You don't forget how to ride a bicycle, or to knit, or sometimes to play the piano, all those things to do with the body, dancing. And that's, in my opinion, related to the Shen. The explicit more either yi or je. And that's again why I put these three together. There are three aspects of our memory. But crucially, if you read those books, memory is more than just the capacity of memorizing something. It's an essential part in which we exist. Without memory, there is no sense of self. Short-term memory and long-term memory. And the short-term memory really depends on the prefrontal cortex here. They're an essential way in which we exist. There was a famous case of this man, he died recently, who had terrible epilepsy. He was here in America. He was born in the 1940s, I think. He had terrible epilepsy as a child, completely uncontrollable. So they operated on him. And the operation was successful for the epilepsy, but it destroyed his memory, destroyed the hippocampus. And he could remember everything before the operation in America of the 1940s and 50s, but nothing since then, including short-term memory. So if you were his doctor, you introduce yourself, you go there 2 hours later, you have to introduce yourself again, because he would not remember you. And he could not exist, he could not work, he could not get married, he was condemned to a prison, a prison. So memory is an essential way in which we exist. It's part of our self, the Shen of the heart. And interesting that and this guy went down in history of psychiatry because it was the first time that they realized the distinction between these two memories, because they gave him exercises to do of drawing a 5-point star but from a mirror, which is very difficult to do. And with a bit of training, he could do it. And that's body memory, see, which shows there was a different part of the brain that was unaffected. It's the basal ganglia. But the hippocampus was damaged. So what I'm saying is that Yi and Je, Shen, Yi and Je together, yes, they do control memory, the ability of remembering things, but they are more than that. The three together are an essential part of the way we exist as a self, as an individual. And it's interesting that the ancient Chinese were somehow aware of this, and they separated these three types of memory. Yeah, this explains explicit and implicit memory. And the next slide as well. Then there is also the other distinction of long-term and short-term memory, both of which are important for the sense of self. For example, in Alzheimer's disease, you lose short-term memory as well, and then you're in a prison. It's like, the self does not exist anymore. Okay? To affect the yi with acupuncture, I use bladder 49, especially the points in the back which are outside the back shoe points. Yi-she. Let's talk about the je of the kidneys. Very difficult to translate je because it can mean two things. In one sense, it's memory. In a completely different sense, is willpower. And in my books, I usually translate it as willpower, but then there are situations where you're stuck because you're translating a passage from the Su Wen that talks about the je, and in that context, it's clearly memory. And if you translate it as willpower, it doesn't make sense. See, so it's willpower in this certain contexts, memory in other contexts. So in the context of memory, is related more to long-term explicit memory. And if you look at this passage, it says, je indicates yi with the capacity for storing data. So it's related to long-term explicit, what we would call explicit memory. And that's what declines when you get old. And the sea of marrow declines. You get poor memory, blurred vision, tinnitus, etc. All the symptoms of deficiency of the sea of marrow. But clinically, as important as memory is the concept of je as willpower. And as you can see in your handout, all those words describe it. Drive, determination, single-mindedness, enthusiasm, motivation. And that's clinically very important because that is what is lacking in depression. When a person is depressed, the je is deficient. And I personally, for this reason, tonify the kidneys. If a person is chronically depressed, whether they have a kidney deficiency or not, I tonify the je with bladder 23 and 52. And herbally, I do it with Du Jung and Shu Duan, even if they have the yin shu. But Du Jung and Shu Duan are yang kidney yang tonics, but they strengthen the je. Or bladder 23 and 52 together. So that's clinically very important, and we see that a lot. By the way, that je also has to be coordinated with the heart. The Shen of the heart has to somewhat control it. And you've got that in these 2 pages. Because the je can be deficient, in which case you lack that drive, that enthusiasm, but the Zhe can be excessive too. And then what happens when it's excessive? There's excessive risk-taking, for example. The drive becomes pathological. Recklessness. So Shen and Zhe are another aspect of the relationship between heart and kidneys. That vertical axis which I stress a lot. There's a vertical axis between heart and kidneys, which is irrespective of the 5 elements. Doesn't have to go through the liver. They communicate with each other, support with each other, and heart fire needs to go down and kidney water needs to go up. So the relationship between Shen and Zhe is one aspect of this vertical axis between heart and kidneys. Other aspects, you see them in gynecology. The menstrual cycle is the result of the interaction of heart and kidneys. And another aspect is in the sexual life, is also the result of the interaction between heart and kidneys. Yeah, that's, you see that page after this diagram where it says memory and Zhe, that quotes Ledoux. Memory is more than just the ability to store facts. It is actually an essential part in which our consciousness exists. Even the thought, I live the present, requires short-term memory. And Ledoux says the self is in part made and maintained by memory, and both implicit and explicit forms are involved. And what they call working memory is in the prefrontal cortex. And as we will see, in my opinion, that explains, that's one of the reasons for the major use of these points, 224 in gallbladder 13, which I use all the time.
The emotion of the jure that is, I didn't know you could have too much kidney.
Yeah, it becomes recklessness.
So it's the emotion of
That's how the Italians drive. Excess Zhe. If you drive in Italy, you see people taking amazing risks just for nothing, just overtaking a car on a mountain road around the bend. For what? To arrive there 5 minutes earlier. It can be excessive. You see this also in children, small children. But that's normal. In a 2-year-old, the Zhe of the kidneys is very strong. And the Shen is weak because it's still immature. That's why around 2 years old, 2 or 3, they always say no. The Zhe is very strong and the Shen is a bit immature, which in children is normal, but you see it in adults. In bipolar disorder, the Zhe is excessive. Bipolar disorder, one of the characteristics of the manic stage is taking risks, sexual risks, having sex with everyone, drugs. is very much that, the excess of that Zhe in bipolar disorder, in the manic stage of bipolar disorder. But talk about bipolar disorder and mania, which we're going to mention in a moment. I always stress that mania of the bipolar disorder occurs in many different degrees. Up here, it's a full-blown my bipolar. Have you ever seen a full-blown bipolar person at the manic stage? Yeah. But it exists in many different degrees. You don't have to be bipolar to have what I call slight manic behavior. It's very common in California. And manic is not the right word for it. Manic is too strong a word for it. But there are loads of people with what I would call slight manic behavior characterized by excessive Zhe and also excessive movement of the Hun, as we will see. And when you're depressed, in the depressive stage of bipolar disorder, the Zhe goes right the opposite direction. Can't motivate, you lie in bed all day, you can't do anything. It swings. Other questions?
Yeah, I actually have one question. So, can it be possibly that the Zhe is excessive, even though the Jing that's storing the kidney is deficient? So there's almost like the yin-yang.
Good question. Yeah, it's very good question. Can the Zhe be excessive even though the Jing is deficient? Yes, I think so.
Because I've worked with kids, and that seems almost the case, but I don't know if that's.
I think it's possible, yes. And not only in kids, but also in adults. And he may be even excessive because the Jing is deficient. It's kind of the empty heat of the kidneys may affect the Zhe, and you've got Jing-shen. It is possible. Yeah, it's a good question. Strong Zhe doesn't indicate strong Jing necessarily. Yeah. But I repeat, in small children, that situation is normal. The Shen, because the Shen is immature. The Shen doesn't fully mature until about 6 or 7. Okay? So how do you stimulate memory? If you look at the handout, you need to treat all three of them, heart, kidneys, and spleen, and the Dumei, and even the lungs, as you can see there. The Dumei I also use a lot. If you look at these two slides, because I use the Dumei a lot in depression. These two with the Dumei, yeah. Why? Because if you look at those slides, the Dumei is, see, the kidneys influences the sea of marrow. The brain is the sea of marrow. And you remember the points of the sea of marrow are Do20 and Do16. But how does the kidney Jing nourish the brain? Because the kidney channel doesn't go to the brain. It does so through the Dumei. Because the Dumei starts from between the kidneys and goes through the spine, enters the brain. It enters the brain at Do16. Therefore, to stimulate the kidneys, the sea of marrow, the Jing, and the Zhe, I often use the Dumei, which means small intestine 3 and bladder 62 with Do20. So you could look upon the Dumai as the channel. Now, we had that diagram before showing Shen and Hun, remember? But how does they connect? Well, the Dumai is an important way in which they connect, because the Dumai goes also to the heart. So an important way in which heart and kidneys are connected. Okay? And those are the points I use: small intestine 3, blood 62, and do 20, and often also do 24. And those are the outer bladder points, which interestingly don't have that many mental emotional indications in Chinese books. But in my experience, they do. And I use them all the time. These are from the bottom to affect the Zhe. If you look at the names, the Zhe, the Yi of the spleen, the Hun of the liver, the Shen and the Po. And we talked about Yi and She, and I use bladder 49 to treat the so-called pensiveness, overthinking, which is similar to worry, but it's not quite exactly the same as worry. And to the point also can be obsession. And I use bladder 52 for the Je, which could be the memory, or the drive, enthusiasm, determination, willpower, which is lacking in a person who's depressed. We'll see how I use the other ones. Okay, any questions? Yes? For OCD, would I use? That would be one thing that I would use, yes. There would be other factors. But yes, that was the one point I would probably definitely use in combination with others, yes. Okay, so let's talk about the Hun before we break. That guy who lost his memory was called HM. He died recently, a few months ago, and there was an obituary in all the newspapers. It was called only by these initials. He went down in the history of psychiatry. The man who lost his memory. In 1953 he had the operation. I remembered everything before that, but not after. And he lived for 55 years, and it's like he didn't exist. He could not have a normal life, or get married, or have a job. And he was a very nice guy, very pleasant man, cooperated with the psychiatrist with incredible patience, being subject to all these tests for years and years and years. And some of the psychiatrists who followed him for years got really attached to him. But you could never have a friendship with him because he had no memory. See the Shen extending the relationship with others. What HM lost, we now know, was a critical part of his identity. Yeah, if you do a search on Google, you find lots on HM. If you write HM, loss of man who lost his memory, it's very interesting. See, this was a milestone in the history of psychiatry, neuroscience. It opened the way for the study of the two memory systems in the brain, explicit and implicit, and provided the basis for everything that came later, the study of human memory and its disorders. Okay? So let's look at the Hun. Which is extremely important in our mental emotional life. As let's look at the character because it's absolutely crucial. Remember the character for Shen? The altar, something religious, supernatural, the influence of heaven, etc., etc. The stars, the sky, you remember that? By contrast, look at the character for Hun. If you're Chinese, you immediately see there are two parts to this, and one part is Gui, and that's spooky. Supposing Gui is the soul of a dead person, and Chinese people are very spooked by supernatural things. They believe in them. Even now, interestingly, 60 years of Marxism have not eradicated these ideas at all. How does that happen? Isn't it interesting? They're indoctrinated by Marxism in schools, and yet these ideas are completely alive and well in China. The same in Russia. They didn't eradicate religion, and now that with the fall of communism, religion is booming in Russia. Anyway, so there are two parts to this character. The right one is the radical. It is Gui. So that tells you what it is. It is a Gui. The Hun is a Gui. And the Gui is the soul of a dead person, which is neither good nor bad. Later on, it became bad, as to be identified to an evil spirit. And the old character for Gui was that, which depicts the head of a dead person without the body. And these two squiggles, believe it or not, are crucial to understand the clinical use of the Hun, because these two squiggles indicate the movement of the Hun, the movement of this spirit, not the Hun, the movement of the Gui, which are also indicated by these two lines at the bottom on the modern character. They indicate swimming, sometimes is described as swimming, swirling movement of the Gui, where it's not the Christian heaven. They don't say where. It had nothing to do with Buddhism and reincarnation. These ideas are older than that. These ideas date to 2000 BC. So before Buddhism, before Taoism, and before Confucianism. That's why I said this is very, very ancient. So the part on the right is the radical, which gives it a meaning. It tells you the Hun is a Gui. We'll see what that means. And on the left is phonetic. That's clouds, which is Yun. So Yun sounds a bit like Hun, is phonetic. But crucially, that's also not only phonetic, because the clouds gives you an idea of being young. The Hun is young compared to the Po. That's why I translate it as ethereal soul. And the character for clouds kind of indicates that. So that says a lot. The Hun is a Gui of our psyche, and we'll see what that might mean. In theory, the Hun enters the body 3 days after birth, is not there from conception. The Po is there from conception. And in theory, it is imparted by the father in a ceremony. We don't have to take this literally. It simply means it's young. It's another reason why it's young compared to the Po that is yin. And the Hun survives the body after death. The Po dies with the body, the Hun survives. I translate it as soul. You could also translate it as spirit. This is a discussion of the term heaven from this eminent sinologist, Ames. Notice what he says here. The God of the Bible, often referred to metonymically as heaven, created the world, but Tian in classical Chinese is the world. You don't have that. Tian is both what our world is and how it is. It just shows how it is impossible to translate a Chinese word, and how we have to get used. The moment you translate in a certain way, you give it a Western connotation. It's inevitable. But we have to translate it as something. But what this does mean is that we have to get away from the idea of the perfect translation or the correct translation. Okay, in ancient times, so in those times, the Gui were actually an essential part of medicine. By ancient times, I mean anything before 500 BC. I repeat, before Confucianism and before Taoism. And in fact, disease were caused by the invasion of Gui. And that's what Unschuld calls demonic medicine. Do you know Unschuld? Have you read his books? Yeah, you should read them. They're very good. A bit difficult to read, but very good. So in the ancient times, you fell ill because you were invaded by an evil spirit, by a Gui. And Chinese people are very spooked by Gui. They believe in them, literally, and they're very much part of their life, even now. And in the ancient times, there was even a specialization of the Gui. Like there were gynecological Gui, ear, nose and throat Gui, IDS, ophthalmology Gui. They were specialized as well. And what happens in the times when the Neijing was written was a revolution, because in those times, disease, there was a switch. Disease was not caused by Gui anymore, but by lifestyle. And how do we know that? Because it's in the very first chapter of the Su Wen. How does the Su Wen start? The very first question that the Yellow Emperor asks. It's very important. What does he say? Do you know? Do you remember? Yeah?
He says that in ancient times,
Exactly.
people lived properly, and that was the
Yeah.
reason that they were healthy.
Yes. He said in the ancient times, people lived to 100 years. This specifically says they lived to 100, and nowadays they live to 50. And why is that? And cheapo doesn't say it's because they're invaded by evil spirits. But he says because the people in ancient times had the proper lifestyle, followed the four seasons, followed yin and yang. Nowadays they have a reckless living. They have sex when they're drunk. Yeah, he says that. They enter the chamber of love in an intoxicated condition, literally. And they're affected also by emotional stress. So, and that's a complete revolution. You don't fall ill because you're invaded by evil spirits, but through your lifestyle. Sex, diet, and emotions. And that's what happened around those times. However, crucially, the belief in Gui did not disappear, but it developed in parallel. And that's another typical thing of the Chinese mind. They're very comfortable in accommodating opposites. All the greatest doctors of Chinese medicine, Sun Tzu Miao, Li Shizhen, great herbalists, used herbal medicine, and just to make sure, they used incantations as well, and magic things to dispel the evil Gui, just to make sure it worked. Use both. That's why, you see, we are shocked when you buy Yin Chow pill and they got aspirin in it. Chinese, to them, is normal. Why not? Why not? What's wrong with it? You know what I mean? That's how they think. To us, it's shocking because people who buy herbal medicine want herbal medicine, but to them, that's how they are. They are very good at accommodating opposites. So the belief in Gui did not disappear. And all the greatest doctors used that thinking. In theory, there are 3 Huns. And that's a very interesting concept, that trees have 1 Hun, a so-called vegetative Hun. Animals have 2 Huns, the tree ones and the animal ones. And human beings have 3 Huns, the tree one, the animal one, and the human one. It's a very interesting, very ecological concept, that we have something in common with animals and plants. 3 Huns. Yes?
Does that also refer to the Yifang being the point in front of the upper Hun in the body, and Ren 22 and Ren 6 being the 3 Hun, the points of the 3 Hun?
I don't use that kind of thinking. I don't think the 3 Huns are located in 3 places. I don't know, but I mean, I don't use that kind of thinking. Basically, the Shen is like a cigarette. The cigarette itself is the Shen. As you live and you get old, when the cigarette is extinguished, the smoke goes to heaven. The smoke is the Hun. The ashes are Po, they go back to earth. The Shen is extinguished, and the tobacco is Jing, the tobacco is used up. So the tobacco is Jing, the Shen is the cigarette itself, the smoke is Hun, and the ashes are Po. I repeat, that's definitely not the Christian heaven, and it's not even a Buddhist thing. Nothing to do with reincarnation. In fact, specifically, they don't think about reincarnations because Chinese people, as you know, they have this cult of ancestors, of dead ancestors. And you have to behave in your life in a certain way not to displease your ancestors. And that's why rich Hong Kong businessmen spend a fortune to have their grave built in China, according to all the feng shui rules and so on. It's so important to them. So specifically, there isn't reincarnation. And that's why there are some horrific habits as well, or there were, that, you know, Qin Shi Huangdi, the first emperor of China, the one who built the terracotta army, which was his grave. Well, besides building the terracotta army, he also had these 3,000 concubines buried alive to accompany him in the after death, because he would survive, that he would need his 3,000 concubines. And then the funeral procession, and his concubines went in and they heard the doors slammed behind them, and they were buried alive in the tomb. And they do that, even they don't do that now, but what they do now is when if a man dies as a young bachelor, it's terrible. It's a terrible thing to be a bachelor in China. The first time I went to China, I was about 37, and everyone asked me, and I was not married, and everyone asked me, why are you not married? What's wrong? What went wrong? And if you die as a bachelor, it's terrible. And what they do, if someone dies, as a young man dies, the family of the young man looks for a young woman who died recently to put her body in his grave. And it's called Jie. Jie means to marry. I don't remember. Something Jie, like afterlife wedding. But it gets even worse than that. If they don't find a young woman who died recently, they have one killed. There are dealers in young brides, and some of these peasants sell their daughters for $2,000 because they are worth $1,000 alive. You know, sometimes they sell their daughters, and they're worth $2,000 dead to put in some rich man's grave. And I'm not making this up. If you do a search on Google, you will see articles in the New York Times. Just a few months ago, some guy who was dealing in these dead bodies is in jail. Well, he's probably dead now, executed. But
He was in jail in China or here?
in China. I mean, I'm talking about things that would happen only in the remote countryside, you know. They wouldn't happen in Shanghai, Beijing, and I mean, people in Shanghai would be as horrified as we are, but you know, I'm talking about remote countryside.
What if your wife's not dead yet? Whenever you die, it's okay if she stays on earth until she dies and then they bury her with the person?
Yes, I suppose so. But it's a terrible life to be a widow in China. It's almost like a shame to be a widow. In the old times, you're shunned, you'll never get remarried. You're shunned as if it was a shame to be a widow. You are treated very badly, widows. So the Shen and Hun go closely together. Let's talk a little bit more about the Hun, and then we'll have a break. The Shen and Hun are closely connected. In fact, their relationship is crucial to our mental emotional life. And if you look at those lines where you can't see those lines, the Shen is yang, is two unbroken lines, and the Hun is yin within yang, one broken line and one unbroken line. The Hun follows the Shen. And what does he do to the Shen? The Hun is described as, this is the sentence that is always used in all Chinese books, ancient Chinese books, when they talk about the Hun. What follows the Shen in its going and coming is the Hun. Or you could say the Hun is the coming and going of the Shen, or crucially, clinically, the Hun is movement. You remember those squiggles? Movement. It gives our psyche the movement. What does movement mean? Ideas, inspiration, the famous plans of the liver that the 5-element people talk about, projects, life dreams, all these things. When you were thinking about studying Chinese medicine, that idea came from the Hun, not the Shen. The Hun gives the Shen that movement. That's what movement means. Creativity is also artistic inspiration, comes from the Hun, doesn't come from the Shen. And all that is related to the movement of the Hun. And when the two work together harmoniously, there's just enough movement of the Hun. So movement in the sense, by the way, it's also night. The Hun is responsible for dreaming, life dreams, relationships, and plans and projects. Those are the four aspects of the Hun. Dreams at night, life dreams, relationships, ideas, plans, and projects. Notice we talked about ideas with the Yi. Do you remember? That's a different type of idea. These are ideas in terms of long-term things, plans, projects. Not the Yi ideas are ideas to do with your work. Supposing you're doing something or you're writing something, you get a good idea. That's the Yi. But an idea in the sense of having a plan, a dream, a project, a long-term project, that's the Hun. And, I repeat, it comes from that movement of the Hun. That's why it says there, in your slide, the excessive movement of the Hun may result in mental illness. And to stimulate the movement of the Hun, I use the gallbladder channel, especially gallbladder 40. Yes.
So, in this, why wouldn't you talk about the Po as well? Because the Po is the coming and going of the body. So if the Hun and the Po both come and go.
Yeah, but the Po doesn't have that function.
But, you have the statement, the Hun scattered, the Hun flying, Po scattered.
Yeah, but the Po, if you look at remember that diagram that we had, Shen and Yi, this diagram here, we had Shen, Yi, and then we had Je down here, Hun here, and Po. The Hun is related to Shen, the Po is related to Jing.
But it doesn't have the Yin aspect to balance the Hun?
No, the Po is the body.
Yeah, but it's Yin.
Yeah, but it's not responsible for... The Po is the animal soul, is the physical body, is not responsible for these things. Because it's the Hun that is connecting to the Shen.
I'm just saying the balance, Yin, Yang.
Yeah, there is that, but crucially, the Po is not related to these things.
No.
I skipped through that presentation now because we don't have time, of the three brains. Have you heard of the three brains?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the Po is more or less the reptilian brain, and the Hun the limbic brain. So Po does not play a role in this, which does not mean we don't use the lungs for mental emotional problems. I use it all the time for various reasons. You know what I mean?
So I was just thinking it turns of rooting the Hun, though.
It turns off.
Rooting the Hun.
Yes, that it does. Yes, yeah. Okay, so all these things are, I repeat, an expression of this movement of the Hun, which we can stimulate or restrain. And the point bladder 47 does both. Ladder 47, Hun men. That's both. I use it to stimulate the movement of the Hun or restrain the movement of the Hun. Yeah. So when the movement of the Hun is deficient, you're depressed. When the movement of the Hun is excessive, you're slightly manic. And manic is too strong a word for it. Okay, any questions so far? Crucially, I repeat, what does it mean that the Hun is a Gui? It's another part of our psyche. If you remember, if counterpose it to the Shen. Remember, the Shen was something pure, spiritual up there, religious, the altar, blah, 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 blah. And then the subterranean world of our psyche. There's the Gui of the Hun and Po. And crucially, something else that it means, which you have here, the Hun and Po have their own independent existence. Because they are a Gui. That's the Hun, that's the Po. They both have Gui. That's why in that diagram, I repeat, we've got these three together. Hun and Po are separate because they are a Gui. What does it mean they're a Gui? As I'm standing here, I'm lecturing, so I'm using the Shen of the heart and the Yi a lot, and the Je too. But in the background, there is the Gui of the Hun, which has its own independent existence and its own needs. And I think it's a very brilliant, very deep insight of the ancient Chinese. I don't think it's far-fetched to say it's somewhat similar to the Jungian shadow. We've got Shen, Yin, and Je, the mind, the memory, and then the subterranean world of Hun and Po, which are both a Gui. You know what I mean? It's also not far-fetched to say that would correspond to the unconscious. I always hesitate to make direct connections between Chinese ideas and Western ideas, but sometimes you can. So the Shen and Hun have their own independent existence. The Hun and Po are a Gui, but the Shen does have an influence on them. The Shen needs to control the Hun. And that's what we're going to focus on in a moment. So you got this diagram here in your handout. That's the Gui, and that's Hun and Po. Gui plus clouds, Gui plus white. And the Po is Yin, pertains to earth, and flows with the Jing. The Hun pertains to heaven, is Yang, and flows with the Shen. They both related to movement. Okay, let's have a short break here. Okay, let's start. So the Hun is responsible for dreaming. And so in the pathology of sleep, it's too hot now and I can't stand this noise. I have to tell Laura.
Yeah, they can't get medium, huh?
I think we can just turn it off. Is it possible to turn the conditioning off in that room, do you think?
Turn the air conditioning on.
Because now it's far too hot and it's very noisy.
Okay. Off. Okay.
Or just, can you hear this?
No.
Yeah, we
I
can.
wonder what, I'm just going to tell him, it was like 72 degrees. Just put it at a certain degree instead of trying to be on or off, right?
Is responsible for pathology of sleep, especially to do with dreaming, excessive dreaming. And Chinese books don't really define excessive dreaming. I would personally say, I would define it, first of all, nightmares would be excessive dreaming. Secondly, anxiety dreams. And third, when you dream a lot the whole night and you wake up exhausted from dreaming. I would call that excessive dreaming. So at night, the Hun should go back to the liver. But it's still moving somewhat, and it makes you dream. There's a lovely quotation from the Golden Flower. It says, in the daytime the Hun is in the eyes, and at night in the liver. When it is in the eyes we can see, when it is in the liver we dream. So what makes the Hun move too much? Either Shu or She. Either heat is agitating the Hun, and I repeat, that's heat of any organ. Liver fire, of course, a heart fire, stomach heat, lung heat, kidney empty heat. Heat of any organ affects the Hun and agitates it and you dream too much. Or liver, blood and or yin shu, not holding the Hun. In both cases, you want to give something to absorb the Hun back in the liver. In both cases. I. You want to absorb the Hun with what? With the astringent taste. Example, Swen Zhao Ren. Bai Shao. Astringent herbs, which there's an interesting correlation between the physical action of these herbs being astringent and psychic. They astringe the Hun back into the liver. In both those cases, you might want to use some of those herbs. Especially in this case, liver, blood, and liver yin shu, you definitely want to use a lot of those herbs. But even in this case of heat agitated Hun, you still want to use one or two astringent herbs to make the Hun back into the liver. And it's interesting idea, the idea that the Hun is active at night. From the Western point of view, it would seem to confirm my idea that the Hun could be somewhat, and notice I'm being very cautious, somewhat assimilated to the unconscious, because at night our consciousness is asleep, but the dreaming is due to your unconscious thought. And in fact, the brain waves during dream state are wilder than the brain waves during the awake state, which shows that the Shen is asleep, but there's something else there which is causing that. And that something else is the Hun. Okay? There's an interesting connection that we dream during the REM state, rapid eye movement. You could argue that the eyes are doing that because the Hun is going to the eyes and is making them flap. That's when we dream, during the rapid eye movement stage. And those are examples of herbs which are astringent. Swenzaoren, Baishao, Muli, Lungu, or Lungche. So that's the crucial connection between Shen and Hun. The Hun gives the Shen that movement, which plays a crucial role in the Shen, remember, extending, projecting outwards, communicating with the world. And you could see the Hun more as the subconscious thinking, intuition, and memory organization during dream. And the movement of the Hun, the psychic movement of the Hun, is nothing but the psychic equivalent of the famous or infamous movement of liver qi, the free flow of liver qi. I say infamous. Why do I say infamous? Because I think that liver qi stagnation is overdiagnosed, overemphasized, overtreated, especially in America more than in Europe, by far. Okay? By far. And Xiaoyao-san is overused. The 4 gates are overused. And I'll talk a bit more about this later on.
Are you from Italy?
Yes, but I lived in England. And that's where I learned, that's where I practiced, and that's where I studied Chinese medicine.
Yeah, I don't think anybody has liver qi stagnation in Italy.
Yeah,
it's
because...
a happy place. That's great.
Well, no, that's not quite true.
No, to visit.
To visit, yeah. They have liver qi stagnation, and they have a lot of stress. In fact, from many points of view, life in Italy is more stressful than in other European countries because it's more difficult. Life is more difficult. Many of the things which are easy in England, like if you need to do something, you pick up the phone and you speak to someone and you do it on the phone. In Italy, you have to fill in a form and go to an office. And, it's more complicated, yeah. But generally speaking, yes, in those countries people express their emotions more, and therefore it doesn't stagnate so much. That is true. Yeah, it is true. But crucially, we'll look at the diagram of the pathology of emotions, and I'll say a bit more about qi stagnation as we go on.
If someone walks in their sleep,
Yeah, sleepwalking is also due to the Hun. And interestingly, that point, bladder 47, this point, among the ancient indications for it was sleepwalking. If you want to make a modern analogy, I compare the Shen to the hardware and the Hun to the software. You can have a very powerful hardware, but without software, it doesn't do anything. And that's what the Hun does. That's what the Hun gives the Shen. I repeat, that movement. So the free flow of liver qi is nothing but the physical equivalent of the psychic movement of the Hun. And in fact, in the simplest case of depression, due to liver qi stagnation, liver qi is stagnant, and therefore the movement of the Hun is deficient, is stagnant as well. And it doesn't give the Shen that movement, and you're depressed. Eyes and sight, dreaming and REM sleep. That's a mouse dreaming of the labyrinth. Now they've done those experiments in rats, and if you can train, rats are very intelligent. You can put them in a labyrinth, in a maze like that with food, and they quickly find a way to find the food. Very quickly find the way through the maze. And they noticed that during sleep, and they wired up their brains, they were rehearsing the maze in the brain. The parts of the brain fired up during the day in the maze were the same as they were fired up at night when they were dreaming. It's the same circuits fired up. And there's some very interesting research which would prove that the relationship between Hun and dreaming, that dreaming seems to play an important role in our memory. They've done this research in a few places, giving volunteers a set of tasks in the morning, cognitive tasks to do with memory in the morning, after they've been deprived of dreaming. And dream deprivation affects the performance more than sleep deprivation. You can differentiate the two because you wake them up during the REM period, so to deprive them of dreaming. So the dream deprivation affects your cognitive functions and memory function in the daytime more than sleep deprivation. The Hun is also related to courage, which is also related to the gallbladder, and I also stimulate that with gallbladder 40. What does it mean, courage? Courage, in the sense, is somewhat related to the jaw of the kidneys. The ability to make decisions, which is also something that is affected by depression. That depends on the gallbladder and the Hun. And I stimulate it with gallbladder 40. The Hun is responsible for planning. And crucially, let's talk about the relationship with the Shen. So look at this page now, where it says relationship with Shen. So this indicates a normal relationship between Shen and Hun. The Hun is giving the Shen that movement, ideas, inspiration, intuition, creativity, life dreams. But the Shen can only deal with one at a time, has to control that movement somewhat and integrate it. It's like that. If you want to draw it in a different way, if that's the Hun, all these arrows come out of it. Lots of ideas. This is the Shen. Only one comes out. The Shen has to control it a little bit. And in mania, in what I call slight manic behavior, there's more than one arrow coming out. In complete mental illness, you could say that the Shen is completely absorbed by the Hun. Okay, so this diagram here represents an ideal relationship between Shen and Hun. Enough of that movement and enough of that control. This represents what happens when the Hun is overactive. That's why I've got a wood on fire there. And notice there are two situations. Here this arrow is thicker, so the Hun is overactive for whatever reason. Heat, constitution, emotions. Here, the movement of the Hun is normal, but the Shen is weak, is not controlling it. In both cases, the result is mania, but I put mania in quotation marks. It's too strong a word. And in your handout, you've got on one page the symptoms of mania in psychiatry. And that's one type of it. But more commonly, we see ones that I call mild manic behavior in the next page. So those are the symptoms of mania in psychiatric terms. That would be the manic stage of bipolar disorder. Notice that overactivity of the J. Increased sexual drive, they take risks, lots of sexual partners, drugs, alcohol, medication, spending sprees, etc. And these are the symptoms of what I call slight manic behavior. And I repeat, manic behavior is probably even too strong a word. This is an interesting one, an important one, being active at night. Not through insomnia, but through choice. That's another common one. Laughing and talking a lot is also a common one. Hyperactivity in children is due to that. Excessive movement of the Hun and Shen being weak, not controlling it. And notice that often artistic, the same psychic energy which makes you artistic, coming from the Hun, also potentially makes you mad. And that is a fact. There is a higher incidence of bipolar disorder among artists, playwrights, composers. There's an American psychiatrist wrote a book called Touch with Fire. It's probably the best book for an explanation of bipolar disorder. And
it Isn't it Redfield who wrote that?
Yes.
And she also wrote The Unquiet Mind.
Yes.
I think that's a good one to understand,
Yes.
what people are going through.
Yes, that's very good too. When I read her book many years ago, I didn't know anything about her. And in The Unquiet Mind is her biography, because she is a psychiatrist who has bipolar disorder herself. So she has an amazing insight being a psychiatrist and suffering from the disease. So it has the best description of that disease. And in the first book, she analyzes the life story, the biographies of hundreds and hundreds of artists, and there is definitely a disproportionate incident of bipolar disorder. Interestingly, not schizophrenia. I don't know why. Bipolar disorder can make you artistic, but not schizophrenia. Okay?
Is this out of balance, would it be relevant to the ADHD that
Yes.
activity?
Yes. This would be a feature of DHD, especially when the hyperactivity is pronounced, because there is the ADD and the ADHD. Especially with the HD, when the hyperactivity is pronounced, is this one. And the ADD is a pathology more of the Shen, Yi, and Je. More. This is a pathology of Shen, Yi, and Je, and the Hun. I'll give an example. A patient I had in England. He had a natural food store. He was a pioneer of the natural food movement. And that itself indicates Hun, working, in his case, overworking. A pioneer, someone who has a dream, is the Hun, right? And he was one of the first to have a natural food store. And he has a natural food store in a small provincial town in England. And he stocks thousands of products, which no one ever buys, all these weird Japanese things, which in this little provincial English town is totally out of, totally inconsistent, totally unnecessary. Which again, that shows to me this, what I call this slight manic. What else shows the slight manic behavior? He's, when people go into his shop with a bag from a supermarket, from one of the large chain grocery stores, he berates them, he gives them a lecture, and he tells them off. What else? He's up all night. He's up all night writing poems. He works the whole day, and then he's up all night writing poems which he exchanged with people in America. Okay, so he's not mad. He's functioning, he's married, he has a shop, he has a business, he's not mad, but he has this situation. He's grossly overweight, which indicates phlegm, which is misting the Shen, which would aggravate the movement of the Hun problem. Right, because the misting of the, if you go back to this diagram, the Hun here is overactive, but if the Shen is obstructed, then you get into this situation as well. Because the Shen is obstructed, it's not exercising its controlling and integrating function, so then make it worse. And that's his situation. Is this with, in addition, there's obstruction of the Shen in his case. In other cases, you don't necessarily have obstruction of the Shen, but in his case there was. So he's a good example. He's not mad. He has a business, has a shop, a wife, but is what I call slightly manic behavior. The Hun is overactive and the Shen is mildly obstructed. Okay? And when I was practicing in England, it was actually quite depressing sometimes, because English people are very reserved and very obsessed with boundaries. Like, I'd not invade your boundaries if you don't invade mine. And occasionally you got a patient who was really bubbly extrovert, and you think, oh, that's nice, that's refreshing, that's someone is different here. And then after 5 minutes of talking, you realize they were slightly manic. They're not normal. You know what I mean? It was a pathology. It wasn't that they were bubbly and extrovert and. Okay, the opposite situation is this, and that's why I have a wilted plant in the back, and that's when the movement of the Hun is deficient. And then you get the opposite situation, that lack of ideas, of dreams, projects, plan, inspiration, life dreams, basically means what we call depression. And that's why in depression, I always stimulate the movements of the Hun, no matter what is causing it. Heart, spleen, liver, kidneys, heat, empty heat, cold, whatever, chi stagnation, no matter what the pattern is, I stimulate the movement of the Hun. With gallbladder 40 and bladder 47. Very simple. And bladder 47. In particular, I use the gallbladder channel to stimulate the movement of the Hun and the liver channel to calm it down. Like liver 3 will calm it down. Notice here we have two situations as well. Here, the movement of the Hun is deficient. Here, the movement of the Hun is normal, but the Shen is over-controlling it. And that happens a lot in England. The Shen is over-controlling it, over-controlling the Hun. And that comes from schooling, English schools.
It's too cerebral.
It's not only too cerebral, they're too, that too, and they're designed to suppress that movement of the Hun. And they kill children's confidence, for example, by that over control of the Shen. Also, it comes, in my opinion, from the Protestant religion, which has much more guilt. This is related to guilt too. In England, everyone makes fun of the Italians and the Spaniards, especially the Catholics, being ridden with guilt. They make fun of the Italians. But I don't agree at all. I think that guilt is far more pronounced in Protestant countries, especially Methodists, Baptists, like you have in England, in Holland, in the north part of Holland, Calvinists. It's a very gloomy religion, very strongly guilt-based. There is no confessions. In the Catholic religion, you have confession, which rids you of guilt. It's great. You can you can sin, you commit a sin, you go confess, and it says 10 Ave Maria, 10 Pater Noster, and you're absolved. And that's great. And then you do it again. I definitely do not think that the Catholic religion has more guilt than the Protestant one. And I can see it. I lived in England many years. I can see it. And that's what causes that. This over-control of the Shen. And the Hun is suppressed. And you can see it if you travel to, I don't know if you travel to Rome, Madrid, Barcelona, go out in the evening, do those people look like ridden with guilt to you? They don't look like they're ridden with guilt. Whereas in England they do. In England they do. You know, many English women walk like that in the street. You never see in Italy a woman walk like that, like this. You will never see that in Italy, like that. This is me, don't come anywhere near me, these are my boundaries. You know, I'm closed off. So, this is a very common situation. In my opinion, that's a feature of depression, whatever the pattern. Any questions so far?
Are you going to address the effects of modern pharmaceuticals, antidepressants, we can call it?
Yes, when we talk about depression in the afternoon, yeah. These are 5, you don't have this in your handout, you don't have to write it down. They're just 6 things which indicate, give you an idea what the Hun is about. In children, small children, between 2 and 7. Children between 2 and 7 live in the world of the Hun. You don't have this, you don't have to write it down, just listen. Live in the world of the Hun because the Shen is immature. And in children that's normal. So they live in the world of fantasy. It's the world of the Hun.
That's why there's so much fun.
That's why there's so much fun. That age is a great age, is a great fun age. And that's why also most children are artists. Most children paint. And that's why, by the way, going back to England, in most countries, children go to school at 6 or 7. In England, they go to school at 4. And that's far too early. And that's when they develop the Shen. Far, far too early. And they kill off the Hun. Far too early, at 4. Rudolf Steiner called 7-year-old the fall from paradise, because they come out of the world of the Hun. Coma. In coma, the Shen is disabled, but Hun and Po are still there. The Po is there. The Po is what keeps you alive. The Po keeps the hypothalamus working. Control your body temperature, your breathing. The Hun is still there, but the Shen is not there. So in order for death to occur, all 3 of them have to go. Shen is extinguished like the cigarette. The Hun goes to heaven, the Po to earth. Sleepwalking is also due to the Hun. We already mentioned it in answer to your question. Artistic inspiration comes from the Hun, not the Shen. In Western art, I have a theory that Chinese art doesn't come from the Hun or from the Shen. It's all very cerebral, intellectual. That's why personally doesn't move me at all, one bit. Those Chinese paintings don't do anything to me. Do they do anything to you? They are beautiful, those landscapes. They are beautiful. They're so cold, cerebral. They don't move you. And also, interestingly, Chinese painting doesn't have portraits because they have no sense of self. That's a very long story which we don't have time to go into. And look at Chinese opera. I mean, does it move you? Have you heard of Beijing opera? It's not like La Traviata or La Bohème with this dramas of jealousy, passion, love and death, and all comes from the Hun. Dreaming at night comes from the Hun. And finally, you could argue, if you look at Jung's description of guided daydreams, which he called active imagination, Jung actually invented that. He called it active imagination. When the patient has an image comes to mind, and the therapist encourages the patient to kind of let the image develop, the image without the control of the mind. In other words, temporarily disabling the control of the Shen and let the image develop, coming from the Hun.
Like when you hypnotize somebody.
Yeah, you could say that too. But guided daydreams is not hypnosis. If you know what they are, it's not hypnosis.
With meditation?
Like the patient says, "Oh, I can see a garden with a gate," and then the therapist says, "Okay, what do you see? What is beyond the gate? What do you see?" And then he goes on, like a guided daydream, like you're dreaming, but you're awake. By how do you do that? By encouraging these images coming from the Hun, letting the Shen taking a back seat. That's what. And Jung invented this, and he called it active imagination. And you can do it by yourself too. He did it by himself. Active imagination. When something happened in his life, he would think, "Oh, I think this is my anima that wants something," and then he used to sit there and have a conversation with the anima, a long conversation. Sorry, what were you saying?
I was asking how meditation would fit in that.
Meditation would be a way also of kind of calming the Shen, and letting the Shen take a back seat. And it's interesting that most meditation techniques, Eastern meditation techniques, start from breathing, the Po. So rooted in the Po, let the Shen take a back seat, and therefore from the Po to the Hun. Going back to children, by the way, hyperactivity, in my opinion, is due to that, to an overactivity of the Hun. And autism would be the opposite, lack of movement of the Hun. Lack of movement of the Hun, which does not allow the Shen to expand, expand. Communicate with others.
So they're born with that imbalance.
I don't know. The question, are they born with that imbalance? I don't know. I don't know enough about it. I don't treat them, but this is just an idea I have about the basic feature of it in terms of Hun and Shen.
I have a question on the children. You keep talking about the Shen being matured by age 7. How did that? What's the marker for that? Why is age 7? And is that consistent for all children, or?
I don't know why it is 7, but it's fairly consistent. Yeah, most cultures say that. I mean, Rudolf Steiner says that, and the fact that children go to school at 6 or 7 is not by chance, except in England. Yeah, it's fairly consistent. Yeah.
Would that be 7 for boys, males, and 8 for girls?
No.
Not that cycle?
It's nothing to do with that cycle, in my opinion, yeah. Well, actually, having said that, not necessarily. It probably has something to do with it, yeah. I personally divide the children's lives related to like this. From the moment they're conceived, conception to about, let's say, 1.5. They're all Po. Their life is just Po. Of course, the Shen is a conception. Remember that diagram, the 2 jinks of the pants from the Shen, but it's a very primordial Shen.
So Po-dominant.
Po is dominant. Around, say, 2 to 4, they're in the world of the Je. Assert their individuality, separate from the mother. 4 to 7, they're in the world of the Hun. Seven to about difficult to tell. 12, 13 maybe. They're in the world of the Shen. And the Yi is the last one to develop, 14 onwards. The Yi is the last one. So the baby in the first few months of life is all Po. The Hun doesn't play any role. He doesn't have projects, life dreams. All he's concerned about is breastfeeding and digesting. That's all their world revolves around that. Breastfeeding, digesting, and burping. It's a whole Po. And I'm not the only one who says that. Zhang Jiabin says that. The first month, he says the first month of life, the baby is all Po. I would say the first, at least, probably the first year. Okay, these are all.
Giovanni, I have a question.
Yes?
Are you familiar with the work of Bruce Lipton?
No.
Bruce Lipton talks about the consciousness of the baby before birth in terms of the awareness of the mother towards the child, establishing its sense of security
Yeah.
and strength.
Yeah.
In terms of kind of an intelligence or a memory that is not learned but is inherited. Such as like elephants, for example, that can remember past generations' experience.
Mm-hmm.
So how does that fit in this?
I don't know how it fits in that, but what I do know is that the mother's Po nourishes the baby's Po. The fetus Po, but also the baby's Po, is nourished by the mother's Po. And
so those body memories could be transferred?
Definitely. Also, we're going to talk a bit more when we talk about Po. Okay, so, but yeah, it's interesting. In pregnancy and also immediately after childbirth, the mother's Po is nourishing the baby. We tend to focus only on the kidneys during pregnancy.
Liver blood, because the mother's milk is her blood.
I know, but it's the Po.
The Po, okay.
The mother's Po is nourishing the baby's Po because the baby is all Po. And the baby, all the baby needs is nourishment, but crucially, touch. Which is Po. Skin. Po resides in the lungs control the skin. Baby need to be stroked and touched. In breastfeeding, it's not only the physical nourishment of the milk, but also the psychic nourishment given by that touch. If you see what happened to those poor babies in Romania, they were fed, they were looked after, but they were not touched or talked to. The other things that baby need is being talked to. And that also is an expression of the Po, the voice, the lungs.
And the Shen wouldn't be a part of that because that would be the awareness of...
The baby don't have a Shen. They have a Shen, but it's a primitive, primordial Shen.
But the awareness of it is...
From the psychological point of view, there is another very interesting connection, the dependency of the baby on the mother through the Po, which is such a primordial thing, separation and anxiety and fear from separation from the mother affecting the lungs, the Po and the lungs. That's another reason why I treat lungs and Po all the time, because I believe that sadness and grief from separation are far more important emotions than anger. Anger is also overemphasized. Far more primordial, basic emotions, the baby separation from the mother, which is reenacted every time you have a separation in your life. Divorce, death of a partner, end of a relationship, far more important than the so-called anger. Okay, so that's what I was telling you before. Notice all those arrows coming out from the Hun to the Shen. Only one comes out, only one at a time. And this is an illustration of mental illness. The Shen is inside the Hun. It's completely lost in the Hun. That would be full-blown mental illness. Okay, let's look at this concept of Hun and Shen and Gui. You got this also in your handout. So when the Hun comes and goes normally, you have a state of expansion, which, as we've seen, you can also call Shen with a small s. A small s this time. When the Hun coming and going is restrained, you have a state of contraction, or Gui. I repeat, we can use, well, some Chinese doctors use those words, Shen and Gui, as key words to indicate that state of expansion or contraction. And that's reflected in herbal medicine in two very important treatment methods. When the Hun is coming and going too much, you want to restrain it with something sour. When the Hun is coming and going too much, you want to restrain it with something sour. Example, Suen. When the Hun is coming and going is restrained in a state of contraction, you want to stimulate it with something pungent. And I use this thinking all the time. If I'm making a herbal formula for a patient with mental emotional problems, I always think of the taste. What taste should this formula have? Some people say that the tastes of the herbs don't matter. What matters is the function of the herbs. I don't agree. I think of the taste all the time. A patient, the Hun is moving too much, they're dreaming too much, they're slightly manic, so I want to contract them. Gui. The predominant taste should be sour. Or a combination, or if there is heat, combination of sour and bitter, but there should definitely be sour herbs in there. If the expansion is due to heat, it will be a combination of bitter and sour. The opposite, if the Hun is not moving enough, there is state of contraction, state of Gui. The predominant taste of the formula must be pungent.
Does that have to do with the 5 elements as far as, the lung, is controlling? I mean, the lung is it's supposed to control the liver. Does it have anything to do with that?
No.
Okay.
No, nothing to do with the 5 elements, because the sour taste...
The sour is liver.
Liver, pungent is lungs, no.
No, okay.
No, not to do with that. You just have to keep in mind that sour is astringent, absorbs, gets the Hun back in there. Restrained mood. Pungent is moving, dispersing. Yuanjie is a herb, is a classic example of a pungent herb in mental emotional problems. I use that a lot. But all the moving qi herbs are also pungent. I mean, in depression, say someone is in a state of contraction, the Hun is not moving from liver qi stagnation. The moving qi herbs are all pungent. Wu Xiang, Xiang Fu, Qing Pi, they're all pungent. Okay, so that's very important in herbal medicine. Okay, this we've already discussed. We don't need to discuss it again. The only thing here in this diagram, if you look at the role of the oh yes, there's an important concept here. The physiological ascending of liver qi. You've probably not heard of it. Have you heard of it? Yes? The physiological ascending of liver qi, not the pathology of liver qi rising. Physiological liver qi needs to rise. Rise to what? To the crucially to the heart. So the rising of the liver qi is another expression of that movement of the Hun towards the Shen. And that's why to stimulate that rising of the movement of qi, of liver qi, I use some herbs which lift qi. So the herbs that lift spleen qi lift also liver qi. That's why my remedy, one of my remedies for depression, there are many, breaking clouds, is a variation of Buzhong Yiqi-tang. But it works on the liver. Depression, liver qi rising. So breaking clouds is one of the remedies for depression of a shu condition, shu nature. And it is a variation of Buzhong Yiqi-tang, which lifts qi. Or, from the acupuncture point of view, the gallbladder channel would do that, and Do20 does that. I use Do20 a lot in depression to lift qi, especially shu depression.
Just a quick question: when you use Do20 for that, do you be very cautious about the direction of the needle or anything?
No, I just use it straight in, usually,
Okay.
perpendicular. 2 to 3 fen. So these are the patterns, an example of patterns appearing in the conditions when the Hun is coming and going too much or too little. So here the Hun is coming and going too much, slight mania. We've got 4 patterns. Fire. I repeat, that formula there is only as an example. There are dozens of others, because it can be fire of any organs. Heart fire, stomach heat, lung heat, kidney empty heat. So that's only there as an example. And the 3 treasure remedies corresponding to that is drain fire. So corresponding to fire is drain fire. Drain fire is a variation of that Lung Dan Shigan Tang. Or phlegm fire can agitate the Hun, and that's worse, because that agitates the Hun and that obstructs the Shen. So that interferes with the Shen control of the Hun. So that's a worse situation. And with phlegm fire, I have 2 remedies. Clear the soul and settling the soul. Clear the soul works more on lungs, heart and lungs. Settling the soul more on heart and liver. And clear the soul is a variation of that. Blood stasis is not that common as a cause of this situation. The prescription is Shui Fu Ju Yu Tang, which in the three treasures is red stirring. Okay, so these three up here are full conditions. This Hun is agitated by three full patterns. I repeat, flame fire is worse than just fire. Or the Hun can be agitated because blood and yin are deficient. Liver blood, liver yin is not holding the Hun down, and it's agitated and results in slight mania. And there are many formulas. These are just three examples. Those three formulas are in order. In the three treasures, those three formulas are liver blood, liver yin shu. Calm the Shen. Is Guipi Tang.
Would that be like Bugan tongues for that also?
No, it's Guipi Tang.
Okay, but for...
Yeah, Bugan Tang also would be. Yeah, there are many others, yeah. Yin Mei Tang number 2 would be root the spirit, which is more specific dreaming. And the third is nourish the soul. Swen Zhao Ren Tang, which is a great formula. These are all sour, especially these two. That has a very large dose of Bai Shao. And this one, of course, has Swen Zhao Ren. So that's a Shu condition.
Would that be similar, your nourish the soul to Anshin Bushin Tang?
Which one? No, Anshen Bushin Tang will be more similar to the first Guipi Tang. The other difference between those three, that the first one works on heart and liver. There's quite a strong influence on the heart. The other two and 3, very much on the liver. Another characteristic of the Hun moving too much, the movement of the Hun is responsible for projects, too many projects, none of which comes to fruition, slightly chaotic.
Addicted to chaos.
Mm-hmm. Which, for example, another manifestation of it, having lots of sexual partners, either together or one after the other, that's another possible manifestation of it. And these are the patterns when the Hun is not moving enough. The first one is the classic one, which we all know. Liver chi stagnation. And the formula for that is the first one, Yueju 1. As I said, Xiaoyao-san is, in my opinion, overused. What's the difference between those two? Yueju 1 is for classic, full liver chi stagnation. Sure. And the pulse, to use Yueju 1, the pulse is wiry on both sides. It is the formula for depression from liver chi stagnation. And without being immodest, I have more or less introduced Yueju 1 14 years ago, because the three treasures are now 15 years old. And 15 years ago, I can say no one used UIG1. Everyone used Xiaosan. Now, UIG1 release constraint is a very popular of my remedies, and other lines of remedies have UIG1. Previously, everyone used Xiaosan. And what's this Xiaosan for? It's more for women, and it's more for Shu condition. Liver qi stagnation with liver blood Shu.
How about Chai Hu Shugantang?
Chai Hu Shugantang I don't use for this, it's for pain. I don't use it for the mind. For me, if it's full-blown sure liver qi stagnation, there is no better form than UIG1. If it's a woman with liver qi stagnation with liver blood Shu, I use Xiaosan. And that's it. And those are my remedies. Release constraint for UIG1 and free in the moon for Xiaosan. Both of them very popular remedies. But notice in that green box, especially in the mental emotional field, qi stagnation affects other organs, especially lungs and heart. And one remedy they could use if there is heart and lung qi stagnation. We're going to, I think somewhere in your handout you have the symptoms of it. I think probably later. The remedy for that will be open the heart. Open the heart, which is a variation of Ban Xia Ho Po Tang. Okay? So you should add there, if it was lung and heart qi stagnation, open the heart. Notice the second pattern, liver blood and liver qi shu. Notice this interesting phenomenon. If we go back, liver blood and liver yin shu makes the Hun overactive. Liver blood and liver qi shu makes the Hun underactive and causes depression. And there are many remedies for that. Breaking clouds is one, and soothe the Shen is another, and searching soul is another. You should add there, searching soul. Okay? By the way, and that disc I gave you, you have the full manual. See, this is from the disc. And you look on searching soul. There. And the disc basically is a reproduction of the website, but it allows you to check all these things without being online if you're not online. You can see a combination of herbs which lift qi, nourish the liver blood, and pungent to stimulate the movement of the Hun. Pungent, 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 pungent. Lift qi, nourish liver blood. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pungent. Du Jung strengthen the jaw of the kidneys. Should one also, etc., etc. So to go back to that, you should add here breaking cloud, soothe the Shen. You should add searching soul. And finally, also a deficiency of spleen and kidney can cause the Hun to be underactive, and you tonify the kidneys. And strengthen the root is a kidney yang tonic. Okay? Any questions? And I repeat, these are only examples. There's loads of other formula. That's the same thing. We already discussed these remedies. Yeah, that's the same thing. Interestingly, there's an extra point called Hun-shen, which is next to Ren-8, which is interesting, Shen-chue. And I translate that chue more as a palace of the Shen. And in that context, I think that Shen there is the spirit, not the Shen of the heart. And interestingly, the Hun is next to it. Remember the connection between Shen and Hun. So there is Hun Men in the back and Hun She in the front, the abode of the Hun. And those are the symptoms of Hun, Hun Men from the old books. Have you got this? Yeah, you got this. Those symptoms there from the old books. There's one particular Chinese book I use a lot of. This, an explanation of the acupuncture point, is from 1640 something, and it's a great book. It's not a famous classic, but I use it a lot. And those are the symptoms for bladder 47 from that book. Notice fear, depression. Notice there is depression and insomnia, so it works both ways. Stimulate the Hun, calm the Hun. Excessive dreaming. Possession by corpse. Okay? And if you look at the names, the meanings of the names of those points, it conjures the idea of a house. And that book I mentioned, as you can see in your handout, confirms that. One door, one gate, one window, one abode, one room, the image of a house. There's an interesting thing. The Hun is the door, and the Po is the window. Why is that interesting? Why is it interesting?
Because you would think that the Hun is more ethereal and would be higher and would be the window.
Yes, that's one. Yeah, that's one.
Well, the Yi has to do with senses, and the Hun is coming and going, moving.
Well, the Hun has to do with the movement of the Shen, right? The Po has to do with the movement of the Jing. They're both movement. And that's what you do through a door and window. You go in and out. You know what I mean? So Qi goes in and out. Is the movement of the Hun and the movement of the Po. Not by chance. They are the door and the window, where things go in and out from. Okay, any questions? Just a few things about the Po. So the first thing we look at is the character, and you can see by now you already know quite a lot. You know that there's two parts. You know that is the radical which gives it a meaning. You know that's gui. And you know that the left side is phonetic, but that's confusing because that can be pai, white, but also po, or po. So bo, po is phonetic. But again, it's not only phonetic, because that white, contrary to what you might think being associated with yang, it's not. It's associated with yin because it's the white of the moon. That white there refers to the moon. It's the white of the waxing moon. Therefore, it's yin. Remember, the Hun had the clouds, and this has the moon, so it's yin. In theory, the Po is formed the third day after conception. In theory, but we don't have to take that literally. And it comes from the mother. So remember, the Hun came after birth, comes from the father. The Po, formed at conception, comes from the mother. Interesting, those are pictures of the egg being fertilized, and they look like a moon. Especially that one. So the Po, I translate as corporeal soul. You can also call it animal soul. You can also call it physical soul. It's the soul that is responsible for all physiological processes. Anyone, say the descending of lung qi, that relies on Po. The physiological ascending of liver qi relies on Po. The descending of kidney qi relies on Po. Stomach qi going down, spleen qi going up relies on Po. The transformation of fluids relies on Po. It's all to do with Po. All bodily physiological processes. And interestingly, we think that's a typical Chinese idea. It's not. The whole of Greek philosophy has this idea of an animal soul. Aristotle had it. Plato had it. The Stoics had it. It's a very pervasive idea in Greek philosophy. The animal soul. And Zhang Jieping, the doctor I mentioned before, specifically says that the Po is active, or is the baby's life depends entirely on Po in the first few months of life. And interestingly, he also correlated Po to movement agility and coordination. So again, you see that's movement. They both, the Hun and Po, have movement, but the Po is the movement in a physical sense. And Po, you could see Po as what modern neurophysiologists call core consciousness. Damasio introduced this concept, which Edelman also has. He calls the core consciousness the one that provides the organs with a sense of self about one moment, now, and about one place, here. So responsible for the basic physiological processes of here and now. Extended consciousness is the one that provides the organs with an elaborate sense of self. It places the person at a point in individual historical time, richly aware of the lived past and the anticipated future. That's the Shen and Hun, particularly Shen. The self, remember what we call the self. And I think you could equate what he called core consciousness to Po, and what he calls extended consciousness to Shen. And the Hun is that, overlapping with the Shen. Edelman says the same thing with two different words. He calls the one calls the primary consciousness, which is the Po, and the other he calls the higher order consciousness, which is the Shen. By the way, this Shen is also what makes us conscious of being conscious. Human beings are the only one that have that. Animals don't have a sense of self as we have it. Although our ideas on animals are changing more and more every month, there's new research. Still, nevertheless, you could definitely say that we are the only ones that are conscious of being conscious, and that's the Shen of the heart. Now, remember the Hun is related to the movement of the Shen. The Po, all the old books, when they talk about the Po, they say that it's the entering and exiting of Jing. It's closely related to Jing, and that's a very interesting concept. Very important concept. Why? Because we tend to think of Jing as something, the precious essence, which resides in the lower dantian, in the kidneys, responsible for our constitution, etc., etc. But the Po is the entering and exiting of Jing. Through the Po, the Jing plays a role in many physiological processes. It's not just sitting there, determining your constitution and doing nothing. It's all over the body. Crucially, for example, just to give one example, the Po resides in the lungs control the skin protects you from external pathogenic factors, right? The Wei Qi is in there. Wei Qi is related to the lungs, true, all that is true, but the lungs is not the origin of Wei Qi. The lungs diffuses Wei Qi. And the origin of Wei Qi is in the kidneys. So through the Po, the Jing goes to that space as well, to protect from external pathogenic factors. And that's just an example. The Jing does many other things through the Po. It doesn't just sit there and determine your constitution and that's it. Okay? For example, another thing it does, I think it's responsible, the Jing, in eczema in babies, atopic eczema. I related a lot to the kidneys. It's a long story. It's a very we can't go into that now. But I'm convinced, and definitely that the kidneys plays a role in that. The kidneys and the Jing. That's why it starts so early in life. Chinese books, when they talk about eczema, you read Chinese books talking about eczema, the etiology of eczema, what do they say? Dampness, right? Always dampness, which is not true. And due to spleen deficiency, excessive consumption of greasy hot foods. But which greasy hot foods does the baby consume? When the eczema comes in the first month of life, and it doesn't even come from the mother, it's in the Jing, and it manifests on the skin because of the Po. Just to give you another example of the role of the Jing in many physiological and pathological cases. Okay? And during pregnancy, the Po of the mother nourishes the fetus. And the Jing of two, of course, both kidneys and lungs, Jing and Po, nourish the Jing and Po of the fetus. And that nourishment continues in the first few months of life with breastfeeding. So in the first few months of life, John Jupin say he said 1 month, but I would say more than that. I would say at least 6 months. He says the first month of life in a baby is all Po. I would say at least 6 months. And that's what allows the baby to, interestingly, ears and eyes to function. It's not the liver and the heart, they're still immature. It's all the Po. The Po controls the senses as well. And crucially, as I was saying earlier, the Po is affected by separation, loss and separation, because the nourishment from breastfeeding is important not only for the nourishment of the milk, but for the touch. Babies need to be touched and stroked. And that kind of stimulates their Po, the maturing of their Po. So separation from the mother, which is reenacted when you have separation in life, is, in my opinion, a primordial, fundamental emotion that people suffer from. Sadness and grief from separation. Amazingly, these ideas are relatively new and come from Bowlby. Have you heard of Bowlby? Amazingly, a British psychoanalyst. He was a psychoanalyst. And he introduced this idea that babies need the mother, and that they're terribly stressed when they're separated from the mother, and that many of our adult anxieties come from that. At that time, that was revolutionary. Now this is common knowledge. And he was, interestingly, fiercely attacked by both the psychiatrists and the psychoanalysts too. Both of them. And amazingly, look what so the Po is very important for that bonding between mother and baby. It all happens through the Po. Look what, it's not here. It will come up in another place. There's a quotation from an American psychiatrist, of the 1950s. It will come up later, probably. It's an interesting contrast to what Bowlby said. So I personally think that anger is overemphasized as a cause of disease compared to sadness, grief from separation, worry, and also guilt. I would say these are very fundamental emotions in our patients.
Isn't there a school of thought there that anger actually comes from those other emotions? that anger comes from grief or loss, fear, guilt.
Who says that?
I don't remember. But that anger evolves
From those emotions.
experiencing those emotions.
I don't see it in practice. Do you see it?
No, I guess not.
I know why anger is overemphasized in Chinese books. I know that. It's Confucian. We're going to see we'll see it in a moment. I don't really know why it's overemphasized by Western psychoanalysts.
Classically, anger is not really a negative attribute in Chinese medicine. It just means that very strong force that is almost out of control. It can barely be controlled. So a birth could be called anger.
Yeah, but
it's our Western concept of anger that distorts that.
no, I don't think so.
You don't think so?
No. We're going to talk about emotions in a moment.
Okay.
Anger is definitely the most threatening of the emotions to the Chinese
Right. Well, because it's out of control.
for Confucian reasons.
Yeah.
Confucian reasons. I can think of one patient, for example. I always remember that patient. A young woman in her 30s, pale face, came to me. Very pale face, very weepy voice. Weak, weepy voice. What does that tell you? Pale face. Very metal type of shape, body. Problem with relationships. Just broken up from her boyfriend. She was crying and constant problem with relationships, breaking up. Pulse is weak in general. The weakest of all was the lung pulse. Extremely weak. Weak voice, pale face, weeping. Her therapist had told her that she was suffering from anger. And she had to get the anger out. I don't know where that idea comes from. I attribute a lot of importance in mental emotional to the pulse. A lot. It is absolutely fundamental. A pulse like that, weak voice, pale face, weak in general, lung pulse is the weakest, it cannot be anger. And it cannot be a transformation of grief into anger, in my opinion. But I have a theory of why anger is so important in Chinese medicine, which it is in Chinese medicine. And I think it's Confucian, and that's something else that people don't realize. That's another way in which we romanticize Chinese medicine. We always talk about Taoism. And in fact, Taoism did not have that much of an influence on Chinese. Tell me something that is Taoist in Chinese medicine. Give me an example. Give me an example. I mean, we talk about Taoism all the time. Can you think of some? For example, one basic Taoist principle is what? Non-action, right? Don't act. Trust the Tao. Things will be okay. Non-action. With non-action doesn't mean inactivity. It means trust the Tao. I remember once I was in Denver, coming actually from Santa Fe, changing planes, going to, I don't remember where, LA maybe. And the plane previous to mine was 3 hours late. The flight previous to mine. And I assumed that mine would have been 3 hours late. They would all be 3 hours late. So I was debating, what shall I do? Shall I try and move to the earlier flight, which was 3 hours late, or stick to my flight? And then I thought, follow the Tao. Don't do anything. Leave it. Don't change anything, follow the Tao. And my flight left on time. So that's an example of non-action, right? But Chinese medicine doesn't work like that, does it? If you have a pathogenic factor, expel it. It doesn't say trust the healing power of the body. There's nowhere in the Neijing that says don't expel the pathogenic factor, trust the healing power of the body. Nowhere. I would say that would be Taoist. If you have a pathogenic factor, expel it. If you have cold, burn it with moxa. If you have heat, bleed it. If you have blood stasis, bleed. We use vomiting, purging, and sweating as treatment methods. That's not Taoist. Taoist is yielding, follow the feminine principle, non-action. What's Taoist about Chinese medicine? You know, yin and yang is not Taoist. Yin, yang, and five elements come from the yin-yang school of thought, not the Taoist school. If you read the Tao Te Ching, yin and yang are mentioned once, I think. They're never mentioned. In my opinion, the naturopathic philosophy of medicine is very Taoist. Don't act, do the minimum, trust the healing power of the body. They don't even use herbs, at least in England. I don't know here. Just massage, hot packs, like that, very gentle diet. And I would call that Taoist. I wouldn't call Chinese medicine Taoist. I would call Chinese medicine Confucianist. Confucianist and legalist. Have you heard of legalism school? In those times, in the Warring States period, which went from 1476 to 221, was a great time in Chinese medicine. The Tao developed, the school of Tao developed, the school of yin-yang, and the five elements. And then the Confucianists, of course. And then, crucially, there was a fourth school, what people translate as legalist school, or Fa Jia in Chinese, the school of law.
BC?
Oh yeah, this is all BC, yeah.
So Han Dynasty.
No. The Han Dynasty started in 206 BC. This is called the Warring States period, when China was divided into 5 or 6 states warring with each other. The legalist school was opposed to the Confucianists because they disagreed on human nature. The Confucianists said human nature is intrinsically good. And therefore Confucius didn't even talk about sin. There is no concept of guilt or sin. And there is not even no concept of punishment. There's no point in punishing people. Human nature is inherently good. All they need is re-educating. Which, interesting, the modern communists have taken up that word. And during the Cultural Revolution, they sent to the countryside to be re-educated by the revolutionary masses. The legalists said human nature is intrinsically bad, and it can only be controlled by strict laws and harsh punishments. And I think that's what Chinese medicine does. Purging, sweating, and vomiting sound very legalist to me. Burn it with moxa, bleed it, and take foul-tasting decoctions. And stick nails in people. I would call that very legalist. Later on, Confucianists, for some historical reason, and from 221 to 206 BC was a short Qin dynasty of that emperor, the Qin Shi Huangdi, who built the terracotta army. Very short. And this dynasty was based on the legalist school. They buried all Confucian scholars alive to erase any trace. But strangely enough, from that time onwards, the Confucianists took over. And that became the established philosophy of China for 2,000 years. And it still is now. In my opinion, China is not a communist country, it's a Confucianist country. Totally. And Confucians had a huge influence on Chinese medicine, which goes unrecognized. not always good, especially in the mental emotional field. And not often recognized also because we think that whenever you read the word Tao in the books, like in the Neijing, it means Taoist. It's not. Well, it can be, but Confucius talked about the Tao all the time. The word Tao is mentioned in the Analects of Confucius about 100 times. But of course, the Tao of Confucianists is not the Tao of Taoists. Yeah, but it's not the same thing. The Tao is completely antithetical because the Confucians believe in social ethics and everyone behaving according to rigid rules and ethical rules and roles. If everyone behaves according to their role, there is harmony in the family and society. The Taoists is total opposite of that. They said rubbish. The root of all problem is society. It's that the ideal community is a tiny village where you can hear the rooster crowing from the village next door and you never go there. So, very small community, follow nature, no ethic rules. If you have ethic rules, it means you have a problem. It's all rubbish. That's what they would have said. The more rules you have, the more disorder you have. That's what the Taoists would have said. But there's not a lot of Taoism in Chinese medicine. Okay, let's go on about the Po. The Po, crucially, also is affected by all emotions because all emotions, as we've seen before, are feelings. And that's the diagram that we saw earlier. Before becoming emotions, they are feelings. So anger will affect the liver automatically, even before you say, I feel angry. And that's why I personally use the lungs a lot, treat the lungs a lot in most emotional problems, to treat the body. Yeah, and you got this diagram here. Feelings affect Po, it becomes an emotion, and affects Shen and Hun. And of the lung points, I use especially lung 7 and lung 3. And with herbal medicine, I use a lot Bai He. It's a great herb which enters the lungs and treats the Po. Bai He. You've got this in your handout. Yeah, that's what I was saying before. And as I said many, many years ago, Aristotle said the same. You can't imagine anger without a red face and blood boiling, he said. And James Lange said the same thing. You heard of James Lange? We're going to look at it in a moment, later on. Okay, this is, no, we don't need to go through that. There's only one thing I'd like to say about this. The correlation between Po, contraction and fragmentation and death. Let's see where it is. Let's see what you've got here. No, you don't have it. I just want to mention one thing, because it's clinically relevant. There's a connection between po, contraction, fragmentation, separation, and death. What does that mean? If you compare to Hun, Hun is expansion, it's yang, Po is yin, it's contracting, it's breaking up, it's fragmenting, basically ending in death. At death it goes back to earth. This all sounds very theoretical, but what does it mean? What the interesting thing is that you use points which affect the Po when a person is depressed with thoughts of death, morbid thoughts of death. If you look at the 3 points, do 12, bladder 13, and bladder 42, all in a line, they all have something to do with death. If you look at their indications in Deadman's book, Deadman's book is the best book for the indications. You will see that they all have something to do with death, dreaming of corpses, desire to kill people, or suicidal. But it's not necessarily suicidal, just morbid thoughts of death. Someone who's depressed, you treat those points. Why? Because of the lungs and Po having to do with death. Okay. I think we can. Something went wrong here with the printing. Yeah, I have to go forward to the emotions. Yeah, to this one. After depression. This one. The psyche and emotions in Chinese medicine.
Is it way far ahead?
Yeah, it's after depression, way far ahead if you look at my book. After depression and anxiety. It's not been printed properly. I can see we're going to have problems in the afternoon. The order is not right. Okay, so have you got this one? Let's briefly introduce that before we stop for lunch. So we're now talking about emotions as causes of disease in mental emotional problems. I don't know why those Chinese characters kind of disappear. That's my Chinese name. Ma Wan Li is called. It's a great name. It's a great name because of the meaning. It means horse of 10,000 miles. So it's a strong horse. And also it sounds nice. Ma Wan Li has a nice sound. And my Chinese teacher gave me that name many years ago. He took Ma from Maciocia and Wan Li from Giovanni, Wan Li. He put the two together. Ma Wan Li. And in Nanjing, my friends call me Lao Ma. When you're friendly with someone, you call him Lao Ma, old horse. That's the Chinese card for emotion. By now, what do you know? You already know something, don't you? How many parts? Yeah, it's debatable because it's 2 parts, 1 and 2. You can further break them down further, but 2 parts, yeah. That by itself is Qing. You can break this down, but that by itself is Qing, which means green. And that on the left is the heart. So you can tell that that's the radical, gives it a meaning, which is a very imprecise meaning, because any character with the heart simply tells us something to do with psychology, not a lot more than that. And Qing is phonetic. The emotions in Chinese medicine have varied over the ages. They haven't always been the same. Like the one we study, either we relate to the 5 elements, or there are 7. And they've been mentioned in very, very ancient books, not in medicine books, but in Taoist books and Confucian books, which is interesting. That proves something. What the influence of these schools on Chinese medicine. And Confucius lists 7 emotions. Lao Tzu also 7, with a lot of overlap between the two. These are the 2. That's Confucius, and that's Lao Tzu. Interestingly, the first 2 are always the same, joy and anger, and desire, hatred, and love are also always the same. There's some difference here. It's also very interesting how these philosophers discussed emotions, which shows what? It shows that the emotions in Chinese medicine are not only a medical problem, but also an ethical problem. And they're very much influenced by that, especially, as we will see, by Confucianists, because they, as we've seen here, they came to dominate Chinese society from that time onwards for 2,000 years, 2,200 years, down to now, to the present times. Notice how love was considered an emotion. We'll see in a moment why. And by the way, although there were profound disagreements between Confucians and Lao Tzu, they both agreed that emotions disturb the Shen. For different reasons. If we look at purely Chinese medicine texts, These are the emotions. These are two examples of two different lists of emotions. This is the one that we use. When we talk about the 7 emotions, we use this, that come from him, from Chen Wuzi. And these are different. There are 8. In Zhang Jiabin, there are 8. Zhang Jiabin is a very important doctor, 1624, late Ming Dynasty. Because he has 3 things here: fright, fear, and shock. And I would agree with that distinction, as we will talk about fear, because they're quite different. You know, they say fear makes qi descend, but I think it's fright that makes qi descend. I personally think that fear makes qi rise, as we will see when we talk about anxiety. Apart from that, they are the same. These are the famous 7 that we do use, but these 7 also are a partial list. There are many emotions that are missing there. Either because they have been left behind over the centuries, or because they've never been in Chinese books at all, such as shame and guilt, which I personally attach great importance to. So, my own list of emotions is much longer. Okay, we'll look at that later. So let's look at the effect of emotions on the internal organs. First of all emotions affect the heart. We've already said that. One important thing I'd like to convey is that you should not interpret that relationship too rigidly. I.e., joy, heart, sadness, lungs, fear, kidneys, etc. Anger, liver. Do not interpret that too rigidly. It doesn't work like that. One emotion can affect more than one organ. And this is a very interesting passage from Zhang Jiabin. It's a long passage, but it boils down to this, which you have here on this page. Have you found it? If you look at that diagram, that is after that. Have you got it? So that long passage from Zhang Jiabin boils down to this list. It's a very interesting list. Notice excess joy affects heart and lungs. Notice anger, liver and gallbladder and heart, which we know. But notice that, kidneys. That's entirely new. Pensiveness, spleen and heart, that's obvious. Notice worry, lungs and heart. Notice that, liver and spleen. Why is that? I've noticed that in practice for many years, that worry can make liver yang rise. not necessarily anger. And that's definitely something I've noticed in practice a lot. Notice fear, kidneys, heart, liver, spleen, and stomach. So that's important to remember. Do not interpret these relationships too rigidly. The effect of emotions also depends on many other factors. Have you got this? No, I don't think you have these. You don't need to write it down, it's just a general idea. The effects of emotions depends on other factors. For example, that's a common one. Anger. Expressed anger will make liver yang rise. Repressed anger will cause the liver qi stagnation. But which organ it affects also depends on the other situations. Getting angry at mealtime, for example, affects the stomach, as it happens in some families where they have rows during meals. Or fear affects the kidneys usually, but will affect the heart if there is a constitutional weakness of the heart, indicated by this heart crack. So again, it's not as simple as that. Which organ an emotion affects depends on various circumstances. Okay, so we have already talked about the fact that all emotions affect the heart. And that's why a red tip of the heart, a red tip of the tongue is very common. These are all different examples of it. That's a very good one. This is one too. Very common and very reliable. There are very few things that are 100% reliable in Chinese medicine. And this is one of them. A red tip like that definitely shows they've been under emotional stress for a long time. Years. This one is less bad than that. See? You can tell. You can tell not only that they have emotional stress, but how much and how long. This is not so bad. I would say in terms of severity, probably 1, 2, 3 and 4. That would be the worst. Why the worst? Because it's also swollen and has red points. And I repeat, that's not excess joy. Any emotion can do that. Anger, very common, fear, worry, sadness, grief, shame, guilt, any emotion. So all the emotions affect the relevant organ, and we've already seen this, automatically, but they all affect the heart because the heart is the only one that has Shen, the consciousness, and provides the cognitive aspect of emotion. So when you say I feel angry, the I is the Shen of the heart. And all, I've already seen this diagram, all emotions affect the Po at the stage of feelings. And the fact that all emotions affect the heart is also evidenced by the fact that all characters for emotions, interestingly, except joy, have the heart. The heart radical. The heart radical can be either that or that. It's like that when it's on the left, and like that when it's on the at the bottom, as you can see. By the way, there's another interesting Confucian thing here. That's a woman there, and that's hit out, take out. Why is that interesting? Because under the Confucian influence, a lot of characters with the woman radical in it are negative. Rash, arrogant, two-faced, lying, obsessively jealous, all those negative things.
Well, there's positive ones too.
Yeah, there are a couple of positive
Like
ones.
Nihao,
Yeah.
who
Yeah, there are two very nice positive ones, but they are outnumbered by the bad ones.
well, I have to say that we're outnumbered here.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I am defending women. I mean, if women here knew what Confucians think of women, that you wouldn't practice Chinese medicine. How is a good example. How means good, and that's a woman and a baby. And the other nice example is peace, and a woman under a roof is peace. But the very character for woman indicates their view of women. You know what that is? Is a woman kneeling and offering food when the man comes home on her knees. So, a brilliant idea of Chinese medicine is that the effect that the emotions have on qi. It's a derangement of qi, and it's a brilliant idea in that this derangement of qi is both mental, psychological, and physical. So it cuts through the Western medicine dilemma. You know, you've got chronic fatigue syndrome, you're depressed. Does that mean you're depressed because you got chronic fatigue syndrome, or have you got chronic fatigue syndrome because you're depressed? You know what I mean? Chinese medicine cuts through that. It's both. The derangement of qi is both physical and emotional and mental. However, these two do not take too literally. There are a few exceptions. For example, in my opinion, we're going to talk about fear when we talk about anxiety. Fear, more often than not, makes qi rise, not descend. But, interestingly, there is also another aspect to this, and that's a long story, but just to kind of convey you the idea, I think that's very Confucian too. This is very Confucian. Why? Because all three religions of China, or philosophy of China, Confucianism, Taoism, and Buddhism, agree that emotions are factors which disturb the Shen, or cloud the Shen. And by saying that anger makes qi rise, worry knocks qi, is like you are objectivizing the emotion. Nothing to do with me, with the self. Anger makes qi rise. It's disconnected from the self. Because the self, the Chinese self, the Confucian self, is very different than the Western concept of self that we have. So that, yeah, it is true that emotions are cause of disease under certain circumstances. It is true that have that effect on qi. However, from a Western philosophical point of view, emotions are more than that, more than just causes of disease. And I was very interested to find out, when I was researching this, how all the Western philosophers have talked about emotions, starting from Plato down to Freud and Jung and Nietzsche and Sartre. And most of them agree, actually, with the Eastern philosophers. Most of them agree that emotions disturb the mind, with some exceptions, especially David Hume, the English philosopher, and more recently the existentialists, Nietzsche, Sartre. And so that it's true that from the Chinese medical point of view are cause of disease, but seeing from a Western concept of self, they are much more than that. But here we're not very interested purely with emotions from the Chinese medical point of view. Have you got any questions? I think this is probably a good place to break. Let me see. Yeah, these are, here you got the symptoms of heart and lung qi stagnation. Heart qi and lung qi. Can you see that? Yeah. These ones? Because you're probably not familiar with these, as I think liver qi stagnation is overemphasized. And especially in the mental emotional field, we have a lot of lung and heart qi stagnation. Okay, so we'll have a break here. It's 1:45, 1:45. We'll start at 2. Okay, an hour and a quarter. And those are the formula there. Ban Xiao Po Tang, I don't know if you remember it, is the one that's from the Jingui Yao Lue, which is usually used for liver qi stagnation, the famous plumstone syndrome, or the infamous plumstone syndrome. If you look at the original book where it comes from, it's not for liver qi stagnation. If that stagnation of qi of the lungs and stomach and heart. And it wasn't a plum stone, it was a feeling of a piece of meat stuck in the throat. Not that it matters, but it's not for liver qi stagnation. If you look at the ingredients, there is no herb there that enters the liver. So I don't know where the idea came from. And my formula is specifically addressed to treat heart and lung qi stagnation, and it's called Open the Heart in the Three Treasures. And that's me. With the anti-liver qi stagnation crusade. And you've got the reasons there in your handout, and they're very important reasons. One, that qi stagnation affects other organs. Two, that it may derive from emotions other than anger, like worry, sadness, grief, guilt. 3, anger is overemphasized in China due to Confucian influence. We'll see in a moment why. Qi stagnation is overdiagnosed. I read, for example, recently that in complicated chronic conditions, always look for qi stagnation. And I see it the other way around. Qi stagnation is usually the beginning of a pathology. the beginning. And then the pathology gets more and more complex. And then you end up, you have phlegm, you have blood stasis, yin-shu, etc., etc. So by the time you are here, qi stagnation is kind of the least of your problems. And it's not usually the hidden pathology. I would say, if anything, if there is a hidden pathology, in my experience, in practice, is often this, is phlegm.
Yeah.
I would go so far as saying, in complicated chronic conditions that defy an explanation, think of phlegm. Example, an elderly person has insomnia, and it's not the classic heart blood shu insomnia or liver blood shu. It's not the classic shu type. It's not from liver fire or heart fire. It's not clear. It might be due to phlegm obstructing the shen. Also because very often the symptoms of phlegm are very few. And I would, tomorrow we're going to look at tongues. If someone has a swollen tongue and the occasional expectoration of mucus, even if it's only once in the morning, I would say they have phlegm. Even just these two symptoms. But besides calling me a kidney freak, they also call me Dr. Phlegm. So don't listen to everything I say. Qi stagnation is overdiagnosed, as I just explained. Qi stagnation is sometimes automatically considered to be the consequence of stress. I get emails from people and they say, this patient has got liver qi stagnation. I don't see any symptoms of stagnation there. And I write back, say, why do you say that? And they say, oh, because he's under stress. You know what I mean? Stress equals liver qi stagnation. That's not true. Stress doesn't mean anything. Stress could cause heart fire, liver fire, heart qi stagnation, whatever. As a consequence of this, Xiaoyao-san is, in my opinion, overused. And when there is true liver qi stagnation, the formula to use is Yueji-1, or release constraint. Okay? At this diagram, let's look at that diagram, gives you an idea of the pathology. And that stresses the point I just made, this diagram. Emotional stress affects qi, first of all. Nothing else. There is no emotion that leads to phlegm, or no emotion that leads to blood stasis, or no emotion that leads to yin-shu. The first effect is stagnation or deficiency, and often together.
Right.
Often. And that's the point I just made. You see, by the time it gets more and more chronic, you move towards the right, and becomes more and more complex. And then qi stagnation is, yeah, you may have some qi stagnation, but that's the least of your problems. You know what I mean? It's this that we'll be concerned about. But there's an important concept. In the beginning stages, emotions cause a derangement of qi only. And often both deficiency and stagnant. For example, with sadness, and grief, they deplete qi. But depleting qi in the chest, they also lead to qi stagnation in the chest, so you get both. They coexist. And usually this is the second effect, that one, heat. It's an interesting concept. Qi stagnation can generate some heat, as you know. There are some famous formulas specific for that. And that's why the tip of the tongue becomes red. The tip of the tongue doesn't become pale on emotional stress. It becomes red because of that. The third possible pathology that occurs is phlegm. And notice how many arrows lead to phlegm or from phlegm. It's a very complex pathological factor. It's not simply due to spleen and kidney deficiency, as we think it is. In fact, qi stagnation can cause it. Heat can aggravate it. Blood stasis can aggravate it. Yin-shu in the elderly aggravates it. Qi deficiency, etc., etc. Is usually the result of a complex pathology. And when that happens, then there is the possibility that phlegm might obstruct the Shen. I usually make a distinction in the Shen pathology of three conditions. Shen weakened, you do have that, but it's probably not necessarily here. But don't look for it now, otherwise people spend all the time looking for that rather than listening. It could have been before. I'm only going to mention a few things about it. Unsettled and obstructed. These are my differentiation, and I find it useful. The three pathology of the Shen. Weakened is the easiest one. You've got qi deficiency, let's say from sadness and grief. Qi affects blood, then you say you've got qi and blood deficiency. Qi, blood, shu. Then you get slightly depressed, tired, etc. So that's very simple. The Shen is affected by deficiency. In the second case, the Shen is unsettled, is agitated, and you get anxiety and insomnia, restlessness, etc. And what can unsettle the Shen? One is heat, is a full condition. Two is blood or yin shu, is a shu condition. Third, the Shen can be obstructed or clouded. And what obstructs the Shen? Either phlegm or blood stasis. Occasionally could be severe qi stagnation, but usually it's phlegm. And when the Shen is obstructed, there is a big difference. What is the difference with the other two? Is that there is a certain loss of insight. That's what we looked at this morning as a function of the Shen, of the heart. Do you remember? A certain loss of insight, which to extreme degrees is mental illness, but occurs in many lower degrees. You don't have to be mentally ill to have slight obstruction of the Shen. Of course, in practice, these three conditions do not often occur combined. That's very common to have for example here, the second type of Shen unsettled is actually a combination of deficiency of yin and blood with empty heat. So the Shen will be unsettled and weakened. So these two together are very common. Or all three together. But I still like to make that distinction for the treatment. And I think this is crucial. Is the Shen obstructed or not? See, if you have emotional stress, chi stagnation, heat, fire, yin shu, empty heat, then the Shen is weakened because of the blood yin shu and unsettled because of the empty heat, but it's not obstructed. We skipped the phlegm. Okay? And why do I make that distinction? Because I attach great importance to it when I work out the herbs for it. Because for the Shen weakened, I simply tonify. And how do you tonify? With a sweet taste. So if it's a simple case of Shen weakened, my formula would have to be predominantly sweet. Example, soothe the Shen. If the Shen is unsettled, the treatment depends on these two conditions. If it's due to heat, then my formula would have to be predominantly bitter. If the Shen is obstructed, my formula would be would have to have some pungent taste. And now when I work out the formula, I always think of the taste. Is it pungent enough, bitter enough to clear heat, or sweet enough to tonify? Yes?
I'm not familiar with your formula. Is that formula that you have there, would that be similar to like Yang-shen Tong?
No, soothe the Shen is Gan Mai Ta Cao Tang, together with Bai He and Zhemu. It's for a Shu condition. We're going to look at that because it's a very fascinating formula. And it's a soothe the Shen. It's relatively new. I've added it about 2 years ago. Okay, any questions so far? But increasingly, more and more, when I treat for mental emotional problems, yes, I always follow this. The pattern differentiation is crucial. The differentiation between Shu and She is crucial. This differentiation is also crucial. But I'm increasingly changing my approach slightly by treating according to pathologies of Shen, Hun, Yi, and Je. To give you a simple example, Shen, Hun, Yi, and Je. A simple example. Someone is depressed and lack of willpower, lack of motivation. I treat the Je. And I stress, I say treat, irrespective of the pattern. Kidney yin shu could be kidney yin shu or kidney yang shu. I'm not saying you ignore the pattern. The pattern is always important. But in addition to the pattern, I think in these terms as well. What does it mean treat the Je? I put Du Zhong in it. Even if that person had yin shu. You know what I mean? Du Zhong to treat the Je. So I stress again, the pattern is important. But I've changed my approach slightly by seeing pathologies in terms of these four: Shen, Hun, Yi, Je. Example, another something I can think of: a person with ADD, primarily ADD, only occasional and slight hyperactivity. It's a pathology of what? Definitely of the Shen. Definitely. Is a lack of control of the Shen. Remember, the Shen is to control. Lack of control. Definitely of the Yi, because of the thinking. They can't focus, they can't concentrate. And many of these people are also unmotivated. So with acupuncture too, I do points to affect those. I don't care what pattern it is. Shu, she, yin, yang, hot, cold. You know what I mean? But I repeat, don't misunderstand me. The pattern is always extremely important, especially if you use herbal medicine, especially compared to acupuncture, even more so. If that person had ADHD with pronounced hyperactivity, then I would want to treat the Hun to restrain the Hun with bladder 47. I'm motivated, I would do bladder 52. Thinking, bladder 49. Shen, lack of control, bladder 44. Heart 7, something like that. Okay, and that's why I said we'll come back to that when we treat depression. I always stimulate the movement of the Hun, whatever the pattern. So those 4 points to remember in your handout are what we have mentioned so far. Yeah. Let's look at the emotions briefly. We don't have time to go through each of them one by one. I just want to say something that stands out. One is about anger. You got here very clearly the different patterns it can cause, depending on whether it's repressed or manifested, and also depending on the other organs. And this handout is actually more detailed than that slide, this one. Yeah, this is one. But I do feel that anger is overemphasized in China for Confucian reasons. And this is what I was talking about before. These are the 6, you don't have this, so don't look for it. The 6 relationships that Confucius talks about. Father, son, husband and wife, elder brother, young brother. Here says prince and minister, but other sources have ruler and subject, friend and friend, and crucially teacher and student. 3 are in the family, 3 in society. And the people at the top here have a duty of care for the people at the bottom. And the people at the bottom have a duty of obedience and responsibility. If everyone behaves according to their roles, there is harmony in the family and in society, by extension in society as well. And you can see very clearly in this thinking that anger will be the most disruptive of the emotions, the most threatening. Because when you're angry, you tend to rebel. And it's very interesting. The Chinese word for rebellious qi, anger makes qi go up. The Chinese word for rebellious qi going up is that, ni. And look at the meaning of ni. Rebellious, contrary, counter, to disobey, defy, go against. That's Confucius, by the way. The opposite of ni is shun, and shun is actually a verb. Also in Chinese medicine books, is also a treatment principle. If you look at the pattern of liver yang rising, under treatment principles, you will have shun qi, make qi go the right way. And look at the meaning of shun, to conform, to obey, to yield to act in submission to. So that anger and qi rising is not only a medical problem, it's an ethical problem. And I personally think that's why it's overemphasized in Chinese books. When they talk about emotions, always talk about anger. So that's the first one they mention. And remember, don't interpret the relationship between one emotion and one organ too restrictively. Look here how many organs it involves: liver, heart, stomach, and intestines. And remember, Zhang Jiabing, under anger, even had the kidneys. I used to think that excess joy doesn't exist, but in fact it exists. And excess joy, I've come to the conclusion, is not a good translation of it. A good translation of it would be overstimulation. And as such, it does exist and is very common. Overstimulation from lifestyle, from alcohol, and very much from drugs as well. And in Chinese philosophy, under the influence of Taoist, Confucianist, and Buddhist philosophies, excess joy also includes craving. They always saw craving and desire as the root of many problems. So joy would include that. And that's something we also have in our society. So in fact, excess joy as such does exist, and I would call it, if I was writing a new book, I would call it overstimulation. And it affects the heart, and it actually dilates the heart, and by dilating it, it slows it down. These are examples. Oh, in children also this. Overstimulation from television, video games, PlayStation. Those are all overstimulating to the Shen and the Hun. And those are also all things which would weaken that control of the Shen that we talked about. Okay, we don't have time to discuss all these emotions one by one. I just want to mention something about shame and guilt, because shame and guilt are not mentioned in Chinese medicine. And actually, before we mention about shame and guilt, I'd like to mention something about sadness and grief. If you look under sadness and grief, I saw a very interesting article by this Chinese doctor, interestingly, in China. This doctor who specializes in breast cancer, this Dr. Xiaonu, he treats only breast cancer, and he came to the conclusion that the origin of it is sadness and grief, deriving from breakup, from separation, death of the husband, or breaking of relationship, divorce, death of one child, bereavement at a young age. And he relates that to stagnation of qi in the lungs, interestingly. Stagnation of qi in the lungs, because the lung channel also goes to the breast. Okay? So that's very interesting. And those are just examples of points I might use. I just want to say something about shame and guilt. Okay. Okay, can you see it there? It says guilt. Well, unfortunately there are no numbers here, so it's just follow on from the emotions. It's after fear, I think.
Craving, it's after craving. About cravings.
A craving, after craving. There's also a page here that says emotions that are missing in Chinese medicine after that. You found it? Mm-hmm. Okay, guilt is not an emotion like fear, for example, or joy or anger. Fear, joy, or anger are primal or primary emotions, which are actually, incidentally, they're universal. They've done experiments. Have you read Ekman? They've done experiments. They went to Papua New Guinea with pictures of people with certain emotions, showing emotional states, someone angry, someone sad, and the people in Papua New Guinea recognized those emotions, the same as us. They had the face of someone angry, and they said, yeah, they just stolen his pigs or something. So the facial expressions are the same all over the world, and they are actually universal. But not shame and guilt. Because shame and guilt are not primal emotions like these, because shame and guilt are related to society. You wouldn't have shame and guilt in a primitive community where there is no society and no religion. And they're also, for this reason, they are called the ethical emotions. And actually, in small doses, they are not a bad thing. They are not a problem in small doses. We have social rules, and if I throw litter in the street, I feel a sense of shame, right? And that's a good thing. So you don't do it. And that's shame in small doses. If I I don't know, if I betray my best friend, I have a sense of guilt. And that's not a bad thing. So in small doses, they are not a problem, but they become a problem when people have, for whatever reason, an ingrained feeling of guilt. Not about doing something specific, but the feeling of guilt, which, in my opinion, obviously comes from Judeo-Christian religion. And they don't have it in China. They really don't. None of the three Chinese religions, Confucianism, Buddhism, or Taoism, has any concept of sin. That word doesn't exist. Or guilt. And as I said, Confucius didn't even believe in punishment. So they really don't have that concept. And we definitely have it, and especially with the Christian religion. And it's, in my opinion, a definitely pervasive emotional cause of disease. And I repeat, that's a feeling of guilt, not guilt from having done something wrong, but simply a feeling of guilt. And this is just an example of all the mental processes that may go on with guilt, which you have in your handout. By the way, if you're interested in emotions, you should also read Robert Solomon. He's written 4 or 5 books on emotions. One of them is called The Passions. He's an American philosopher. I think he died recently. And he talks a lot about shame and guilt. And every emotion has a kind of a mythology about it. And the mythology of guilt is the mythology of a court, of a church and courtroom. With guilt, you feel a voice, an inner voice condemning you all the time. And you can't get rid of it unless you're Catholic and you confess. As you can see, this is from Solomon. He says every emotion has a mythology. The mythology of guilt is the doctrine of the original sin. The authority provided the criteria is absolute and unquestionable. And in my opinion, guilt is not only is it an emotional cause of disease, but it's a very dark, very destructive emotion. And difficult to get rid of. So what does it do from the Chinese point of view? This is purely speculation. You got this on your handout. These are purely my ideas. And that's what I found in practice, that it affects qi like all the other emotions. And it causes either stagnation or sometimes sinking. And it affects all the tongue organs in different degrees, in different situations. And something I have also noticed, that when it affects heart and liver, it easily leads to blood stasis. So vice versa, if someone has blood stasis, I suspect guilt. Of course, not necessarily, but it could be. By contrast, shame, we just said that in China they don't have guilt, but they definitely do have shame. They definitely. And some people say that guilt is the emotion of Western societies and Eastern society are shame-based. It's only partly true. It's definitely true that Eastern society are shame-based, but I personally feel that in the West we have both shame and guilt. And the word shame does occur in Confucius a lot. And in contrast to guilt, shame is more definitely connected to contravening the rules of a community, of society. With guilt, you don't necessarily feel you're contravening any rules except your own inner rules. But with shame, it's definitely due to your feeling of having broken the rules of your family, community, society. Did you read that article years ago when there was the beginning of the war in Iraq? Those Japanese charity workers who were kidnapped, 3 people, I think, a woman and 2 men. They were charity workers. They went there to help the people of Iraq. And they were kidnapped. They were in captivity for a month. And they were threatened with being beheaded. And in the end, they were released. And when they went back to Japan, they were inundated with hate mail. Thousands of that, because they felt they had shamed their government and their country by being kidnapped. And the Japanese government charged them $4,000 for the flight back. And they said what they went through in Japan was far more stressful than what they went through in Iraq. And that's what shame does. So shame is very much related to not conforming to the rules of society. And that happens a lot in Eastern societies. And there's a very interesting passage from Confucius, which is fascinating. That's probably coming later. Some people say that shame and guilt are the same thing. They're not the same. There are subtle differences, but interesting differences. And there is a little book, actually, I don't remember the author. The whole book is called Shame and Guilt. It's about shame and guilt, nothing else. And he has some interesting differences. With shame, you have a feeling of being seen, doing something wrong. By implication, if we are not seen, we don't feel the shame. With guilt, we hear an inner voice condemning us, and you cannot escape it, even if no one sees you. And that's the name of the author, actually. There's many differences between shame and guilt. I like this one a lot. What shame calls for is that others should forget what we have done. What guilt calls for is that others should forgive what we have done. That's very interesting. And you got this in your handout. And there is that fascinating passage in the Analects of Confucius, which is in the next 2 pages, which is fascinating because if you read behind the lines, you remember what we said this morning about the schools of thought in the warring states? You remember? And one of them was Confucianists, and the other were the legalists. And you remember what the main difference was?
Everything is good.
Yeah, they said human nature is good. They said human nature is bad, and you need strict laws and harsh punishments. Well, this passage from Confucius is a dig at these people, at the legalists. Because he says, lead the people with administrative injunctions, i.e. laws, strict laws, and keep them orderly with penal law, they will avoid punishment. They want to avoid punishment, so they follow the law because they want to avoid punishment. But they will be without the sense of shame. Lead them with morality there, and keep them orderly through observing ritual propriety. They will develop a sense of shame, and moreover, they will order themselves. See what he's saying? He's saying, yeah, these people advocate these strict laws that keeps people in place, but they have no sense of shame, so it could explode at any time. Whereas if you lead them by example and you instill a sense of shame, you don't need strict laws because they order themselves. And that's exactly what has happened in China. It is quite amazing that China is as it is, 1.2 billion people, that there isn't more disorder, more anarchy, more revolutions. You know what I mean? And 40 years ago, there was even hardly any crime in China. Now there is. But 40, 30 years ago, there was hardly any crime in China. So it definitely works, but it's not the kind of society I like personally, because it's based very much on control. That's another interesting example, what we were saying about Taoism and, you know, Tao Te Ching, that's this is in Tao Te Ching. Impossible to translate. Here is morality, but that's wrong. It's not morality at all. It's nothing to do with morals. It's impossible to translate. The is what you have when you follow the Tao. That's the only way you can describe it. But interesting, notice how the Confucianists used these terms. So we read this term and we think that's a Confucian thing. So if you read that in the Neijing, the or Tao, you think it's Confucian when it might actually be, and you think it's Taoist when it might be actually be Confucian. So what does shame do? This is my idea, affects qi, stagnation and qi sinking, the same as guilt. Slightly different organs, the spleen instead of lungs, and not liver. And something else I've noticed, that it easily leads to dampness. So when there is dampness, I sometimes suspect shame. Okay. Okay, this is all a long discussion on Confucianism.
Hepatic cysts are a good example of that.
Sorry, the
Hepatic cysts.
Is an example of what?
Shame, guilt.
Well, you can't say that.
Well, I have a patient that is very thin, yin deficient, suffers enormously from a sense of shame, and that's her one problem.
Yeah.
Cysts on the liver.
You can say that if you analyze your patients, but you can't generalize them.
Right, but I mean, it's
Yeah.
just interesting to see
Yeah,
the
yeah.
dampness in the phlegm.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. This is the Western concept of self. If that is you, that's the self, right? Suppose that's you. That's in focus, and these are out of focus. In China, it's like that. This is you, and you're out of focus. The others are in focus. You don't exist outside a group. You don't exist outside a group. And that's not Taoist at all. The Taoist advocated being alone on top of a mountain. This is Confucianist. You literally don't exist outside a group. Family, society, your factory, your school, your university, and society in general. Okay. And interesting, we have a magazine called Self. You couldn't have that in China. Me. There's one called Me.
Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, I must get that. You couldn't have that in China. Okay, let's talk about. Just very briefly, remember I told you about James Lange and I said it was coming later. It's here, an interesting theory. No, actually, I think we can leave it. Okay. So let's talk about depression. And by depression, I mean depression as we mean it in Western psychiatry. Now you've got to go back now. And I think go back to basically after the Po. Where it says mental illness in Chinese medicine. After this, the third blue separation. Yeah, the third. So, whenever you have a Western defined disease, the question arises, Western disease, in this case depression, to which Chinese disease does it correspond? And very often, it's not one, but more than one. And that is the case with what we call depression. It corresponds to at least 5 Chinese conditions, which you have clearly in your handout. So we look at these one by one. This is at the top because it's the most important one. There is such a thing called Yu Zheng. And Yu, interestingly, has the double meaning of stagnation and depression. That's why some authors translate stagnation of qi, they call it depression of qi, which I find confusing. Then there's the Lilium syndrome by Herbal. This is the famous Plunstone syndrome. Zhang Zhao, which you can call agitation, literally means restlessness of the Zhang. And there's palpitations and anxiety. There's an interesting phenomenon here. These 3 syndromes are from the same book, Jing Gui Yao Lue, by Zhang Junjing, which was written about 200 AD. Why is that interesting? It's interesting to me because it shows that emotional stress is not a modern phenomenon. Those people were under a lot of emotional stress. To have 3 of those syndromes in one book. So depression is not one thing, but possibly elements of these 5, and especially Yu Zheng. In your handout, you have the symptoms of depression from a Western point of view, and also the symptom of major depressive syndrome. But let's look at the Chinese view first. And let's look at Yu Zheng. That's the character for Yu, which has the double meaning of depression and stagnation, which does not mean that all depression is due to stagnation. What it does mean is that in the beginning stages, usually it is due to stagnation, in the beginning stages. But afterwards, if you remember that diagram, all kinds of other pathologies occur. Phlegm, heat, blood stasis, yin shu, etc. And this Yu Zheng was discussed a lot by this Dr. Zhu Danxi of the Yuan dynasty. And he's the one who formulated the famous Yuezhi-1, which is a great formula. Yuezhi-1, which I call release constraint. And this formula is for the 6 stagnations. Stagnation of qi, blood, dampness, phlegm, heat, and food. And I call that formula one of those magic formula. Why? Because if you look at the ingredients one by one, none of them has a particularly strong mental effect. There are only 5. One of them is even a digestive. And not shanja, shen chu. Only these 5 herbs, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. My former release constraint has a few more, but not many. Individually, they don't have any mental effect. That's even a digestive herb. And yet together they do. And I call those miraculous formula in Chinese medicine. When do I use it? This is the formula for mental depression from qi stagnation, liver qi stagnation. And what is essential to use this formula? The pulse must be all wiry. The tongue could be normal, could be slightly red on the sides, could even be purple. The tongue doesn't really come into it, but the pulse is important. If the pulse is not all wiry, then it's not the right formula. And it is amazing. It's just, and I can't explain it. Okay, so that's a very important one. And if you use it as a decoction rather than a remedy, then you can vary the proportions of these. If there is more blood stasis, you increase that. If there is more dampness of phlegm, you increase that, etc., etc. And this diagram we have already seen, it applies to depression. So these are the main patterns that you may see in depression. On the left there are the shu ones, shu. On the right, shu. But before we talk about patterns, I want to talk about some aspects of depression which I treat irrespective of the pattern. So this is the Bai He Ping syndrome, the Lilium syndrome. That's from the Jing-Wei Liaoyue. If you look at the symptoms, they're all kind of weird symptoms, and if you analyze them, basically, in modern terms, you would say that person is depressed. Wants to lie in bed but cannot lie quietly, is restless. Wants to walk but is soon tired. Wants to eat but can't stand the smell of food. The disease haunts the patient, etc., etc. And this is an interesting syndrome for its treatment, which is only 2 herbs. And that's another miraculous formula. Bai He Tang. Bai He Tang, which has only Bai He and Zhemu, Lilium and Zhemu, which I use for depression, occurring against the background of Qi and Yin, Shu. And Bai He is a great herb, enters the lungs and treats sadness. Those are the symptoms as a modern Chinese book interprets that. These are the points they suggest. I don't agree with those points. They're the points from the Chinese book. The only points I would use here would be lung 7, heart 7, which is not here, and Ren 15, which is not here. That's what I would do. Lung 7.
There's heart 7, isn't it? Or what is HE? Does that mean heart?
That's heart 9. Oh, 7, yeah, the first one, yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Heart 7, lung 7, and Ren 15, and possibly spleen 6 I would use to nourish yin. Heart 7, lung 7, Ren 15, Ren conception 15, and spleen 6. That's what I would use. This is anxiety. Zhang Cao literally means visceral restlessness, basically severe anxiety. And it's in the gynecology chapter of the same book. But that doesn't mean that men don't get it. Men do get it. Of course, it applies equally to men and women. But I use she here because it's from a gynecology, the gynecological chapter. Again, this is a patient who's severely anxious but also depressed. The patient suffers from agitation, feels sad, tends to weep constantly as if she were haunted. Interestingly, she stretches and yawns repeatedly. And here you use another miraculous formula. Gan Mei Ta Cao Tang. Miraculous because you can't explain it. Because it has only 3 herbs. And they are incredibly mild herbs. They're more like food than herbs. There's Fu Xiao Mei, which is wheat husks, licorice, Zhegan Cao, and Ta Cao dates. So they're practically like food rather than medicine. And yet together they have an amazing effect. And I use it for depression and anxiety occurring against a background of Shu conditions. Modern Chinese books, of course, guess what they say? What is this for?
Menopause.
No, liver qi stagnation. And why is it for liver qi stagnation? You know why they say that? What is the taste of this herb? Of this decoction? Very sweet, right? Incredibly sweet. And they say it's because the Chinese books say in the 5 elements, the sweet taste counteracts wood or benefits wood, and the reverse co-cycle. So because there is liver qi stagnation, they use the sweet taste to counteract it. That's not true. It's not for liver qi stagnation. And it's funny how Chinese books, they never talk about the 5 elements. Then suddenly they remember the 5 elements. They use it to explain something really obscure. When else? And they never would say that anywhere else in 3,000 or 4,000 pages. So, in my opinion, it's for depression, anxiety occurring against the background of shu condition. And that's why I've created a remedy which combines both these formula, Bai He Tang and Gan Mei Tao Cao Tang, which is soothe the Shen. It combined both those formulas, therefore it can be used for qi, blood, or yin shu. Okay. This is the famous plumstone scene. I've already mentioned it. In the original book, wasn't a plumstone, but a piece of meat. And in the original book, it was stagnation of qi of the lungs and stomach. And I used it for stagnation of qi of lungs, stomach, and heart. And the formula is Ban Xia Hao Po Tang, which, as I mentioned several times, is open the heart in the 3 treasures. Okay. By the way, to use open the heart is not exclusively for this feeling of oppression of the throat. It's also the chest. So you can use open the heart if there is stagnation of qi in the chest from lungs and heart without this famous lump in the throat. Okay. The focus of the formula is throat and chest, not just throat. Okay. And these are, have you got this? Yeah. Some guidelines for the treatment of depression, irrespective of the pattern. And as I said before, I usually treat the germ. I don't care whether there is a kidney deficiency or not. Treat the germ because it's the motivation, the willpower, enthusiasm, initiative, all the things which are impaired, deficient in depression. And you need the willpower to get out of the depression. I don't use all those points, just bladder 52 alone will be enough, or 23 and 52, to treat the germ. Second, I stimulate the movements of the Hun. I repeat, this is irrespective of the pattern. With gallbladder 40 and bladder 47. 3 are stimulate the gallbladder, this so-called courage, but the same point, therefore that this point coincides with that. So that point would do both. And 4, we treat the Shen. I always treat the heart by definition. And those 3 will be my 3 favorite points. Do 24, REM 15, and heart 7.
Why don't you use REM 15? I'm just curious.
Why don't I use?
Yeah, because the front move of the heart. So I just wondered.
What do you mean why I don't use? I do use REM 15.
14.
Why don't I use 14?
Yeah, 15 is the pericardium.
Yeah, because I don't know. I find it from my experiences it works better than 14.
Okay.
It's very good for, first of all, for the chest. If the symptoms are around the chest, I always ask, especially with anxiety, but depression too. I always ask if they can do that, where they feel it, especially anxiety. You know, you can be anxious and have headaches. You can be anxious and have a lump in the throat. Or you can be anxious and have palpitations and chest tightness. So if it's around the chest, my favorite point is 15. It's higher up, it affects the chest more. It opens the chest, it treats both the heart and the pericardium. It's a very nice soothing point. It treats the Shen. It soothes the Shen. Okay? Irrespective of the pattern. And those 3 together are one of my favorite combinations. Do 24 and REM 15 together. Those 2. 5, if there are morbid thoughts of death, then you remember, you treat the lungs and the Po. Because of the connection between Po and death. Bladder 13, do 12, bladder 42. And those are the indications. For bladder 13 is suicidal, do 12, desire to kill people. 42, this weird symptom, 3 corpses flowing. Or dreaming of corpses.
Just curious, if somebody has the desire to kill people, do you tell somebody? You know, like, okay, I'm going to kill my mom. Or
No, I mean, that's not... It's more... It's like thoughts, you know. It's not really that they're going to kill someone.
Yeah, they don't
no.
have the weapon or anything.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like... Yeah, if someone has a mental illness, yeah, but I'm talking about... It's more a thought than anything else. And there it says suicidal as well. It may not be suicidal, just morbid thoughts of death. Six, if there is obsessive thinking, then you treat the Yi. And my favorite point is gallbladder 15. And bladder 49. And finally 7, problems stemming from relationship, which is extremely common. I treat pericardium and triple burner. So if you notice here, we are treating the 5 shens. We got the Yi there, the Po there, the Shen there, the Hun and the Je. We're going to look at this tomorrow, but it's interesting to look at them here in the context of depression. What does the heart crack mean? Yeah, you don't have the picture in your handout. It means that it's going to be more difficult to treat, because it means there is a constitutional tendency to mental emotional problems. And those two are both classic examples of heart cracks. And this is also something that I find always reliable. So two people are depressed. One has a red tongue without heart crack. The other one has a red tongue with this heart crack. That's going to be more difficult to treat. It will take longer, more difficult, because there's a constitutional tendency to it.
If it goes all the way to the tip, sometimes you find it that they have like heart disease also?
No, it's the same.
Same?
It doesn't usually go all the way to the tip.
Well, I have somebody that does, and she does.
She did have heart disease?
Yeah, so I didn't know if it was a...
Interesting, yeah. I never noticed that connection. Yeah. But usually it goes to the edge. Actually, the heart crack goes to the edge of the heart area. This one is worse. Can you tell why it's worse? Deeper.
More heat.
What?
It looks like more heat. Is it like more like very deep and yellow?
No, it's not so much more heat, because the top one is also red. It's actually the top one is redder. But one, that it is deeper, and two, it has sticky yellow coating inside it. That's phlegm obstructing the shen. That's also 100% reliable. Phlegm obstructing the shen. So these are the patterns. Liver-chi stagnation, we already described it. And there are two formulas for this. Yueji 1 and Xiaoyao San. I've already discussed the difference between the two. That's release constraint, and that's free in the moon. You remember the difference between the two, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, an important thing about the tongue in liver-chi stagnation. All modern Chinese books say that in liver-chi stagnation the tongue is purple. I don't agree. Because to me, the purple tongue indicates blood stasis. Because the body of the tongue reflects blood more than chi. So how does chi stagnation manifest on the tongue? One, it may not manifest. The edge may curl up. The edges may be slightly red. Or it may not manifest. Why? If a woman has liver-chi stagnation deriving from liver blood shu, the tongue may be pale. In which case it doesn't show liver-chi stagnation. Because chi is non-substantial. It may not show on the tongue. And that's an important thing from my point of view, my opinion. A purple tongue indicates blood stasis, not chi stagnation. And that's extremely important to realize, because there's a huge difference in the herbal treatment of chi stagnation and blood stasis. Huge. From the acupuncture point of view, it doesn't even matter that much, because the point that moved chi also moved blood. Any questions so far? This is stagnation of chi of heart and lungs, which I've mentioned several times. What is characteristic of it? The sighing is characteristic, the sadness, the lump in the throat, chest, palpitations, slight shortness of breath, plus the pulse, of course. By the way, how would the pulse be in liver qi stagnation? It would be wiry. And the pulse of Yueji 1 will be different than the pulse of Xia Yao San. Release constraint will be different than free in the moon. The pulse of release constraint will be all wiry. With free in the moon, it might be slightly wiry on the left, weak on the right, or fine in general and slightly wiry. A combination of Xu and She. For this lung and heart qi stagnation, the pulse, you would feel it on the Tsu position. The two Tsun positions would feel, it may be slightly tight. In theory, the tight pulse indicates cold, but I find in practice it's quite common. It indicates other things, among which qi stagnation, especially in the lung and heart position. It may be only on the lung as well. And this derives, liver qi stagnation is more likely to derive from anger, not only. It could be worry or guilt. This one may derive from worry, also guilt, sadness, and grief. Okay, and the formula for this is Ban Xia Hao Po Tang, which is open the heart in the three treasures. This could have some phlegm too. And if there is some phlegm, instead of open the heart, I would use bright spirit. So, heart and lung qi stagnation. Use open the heart. If there is some phlegm, I would use one called bright spirit. Stagnant liver qi turning into heat is very well known, Danzhe Xia Yao San. And this is a common situation because qi stagnation leads to heat. And Danzhe Xia Yao San in the three treasures is freeing the sun. And those two will be two fairly good examples of heat deriving from liver qi stagnation.
That one looks like it's got something growing on it, that top one.
Something?
Growing on
No, that's called sticky coating.
Oh.
That's called sticky yellow
That's
coating.
lumps and-
No, that's called sticky yellow coating in the stomach area. But the sides are quite a good example of liver heat, most probably from liver qi stagnation. And this one too. And this is the situation of chi stagnation, phlegm, for which we use bright spirit. And this is fairly common too. By the way, that's a translation of the Chinese symptom of men, which is an interesting symptom. Men. Which I translate as feeling of oppression of the chest. That's the heart inside a door. It's like a heart squashed by a door, and that's why it indicates a chest symptom. But English-speaking patients will probably not use that word. They will probably use more the word tightness or weight in the chest. But it's an interesting word because in China, when the Chinese patient says, I've got men, they do use that word. It usually means they're depressed. But Chinese people don't say, I'm depressed. They will say, oh, I've got men, I feel thirsty, and I can't sleep, and I have palpitations. It usually means they are depressed. And that's a fairly good example of tongue, swollen from phlegm. You have 3 remedies there, but the main one will be bright spirit. Those 3 remedies are like this. Open the heart is for chi stagnation. Clear the soul is more for phlegm. Bright spirit is in between. This more for chi stagnation, that more for phlegm, and that's somewhere in between. Blood stasis we don't need to do. Those are good examples of purple tongues. You see, there's no way those tongues are due to chi stagnation. No way. Tomorrow we have to do something about the positioning of the screen when we do tongue diagnosis with less light. Can you see? Right. You can't really see very well. We can close the shades, yeah. Yeah, you can see now. See that? That's definitely a purple tongue. There's no way that's chi stagnation. That. And this is all purple. Notice the difference between this and this. That's bluish purple, that's reddish purple. They are both purple. And blood stasis is a further stage in chi stagnation, much more serious than chi stagnation. And the remedy is Shui Fu Ju Yu Tang, which is red stirring in the 3 treasures. Shui Fu Ju Yu Tang. Yeah, that's a lot better, isn't it? And by the way, that is the uterus position in a woman. The liver position is the uterus position. I.e., this woman, either she has stasis of blood in the liver itself or in the uterus. If that was a ment, there would be stasis of blood in the liver. And notice that blood stasis, first of all, agitates the Shen, and secondly, potentially also obstructs the Shen. So it affects the Shen a lot. So this is a sure condition of the heart, for which we use the famous formula Gam Mei Tao Cao Tang. Which you should add there, soothe the Shen as well. There's 3 remedies here you can use. Breaking clouds, searching soul, and you should add here, soothe the Shen. So 3. For this is depression against the background of deficiency. Breaking clouds, which works on the liver, makes liver qi rise, and spleen. Searching soul, more on the liver. Or soothe the Shen. Heart, lungs, liver. And this is the formula. That's licorice, dates, and wheat husks. And wheat husks is actually the emperor herb in there. And when I use a custom formula, supposing I'm treating someone for whatever, Parkinson's disease or migraine or whatever, and they're not getting better, and I suspect they've got deep mental emotional problems, then I add these 3 herbs to the formula I was using.
Are you using Da Sao or Hong Sao?
Da Sao.
Okay, because isn't Da Sao so black?
You can use either one. You can use either one. Da Sao more for qi, Hong Sao more for blood. Okay. On your handout, you do have soothe the Shen there. And you got also the table comparing the 3.
How are these formulas? I mean, you make them, but I mean, are they powders that are mixed?
Oh yeah, they're powders. They're no, they're not capsules. They're tablets.
Tablets.
Made from concentrated powders, from Taiwan, and it's 7-to-1 concentration. And a nice thing about them, apart from all the quality controls that go with them, generally speaking, each company boasts about the quality controls, but to tell you the truth, most Taiwanese companies have very good high quality controls. Sun Ten, Shenchang, Koda, mine are made from Kaiser, they're all good. I mean, Kaiser has got a very good reputation, but they're all good. I wouldn't. But one nice thing about Kaiser, is the excipients are the minimum necessary. So there's much less excipients than other tablets.
So that you mean additives, right?
Yeah,
So
the things that you need to make the
to
tablets
stick
stick together.
together.
Yeah. Which is mostly potato starch, and also a good thing is that we are going to also stop using magnesium stearate. Because there's this thing about hydrogenated oils, because magnesium stearate has hydrogenated oils, even in such minute quantities. But we're going to stop that as well. Yeah, so they're made from concentrated powders. And the other nice thing is that they are made with the herbs which have volatile oils. Because these herbs are boiled boiled like a decoction. The powders are made from a decoction, and then they remove the fluid, and it becomes a powder. But the herbs which have volatile oils, they extract the volatile oils first, and then they put them back after the decoction. So if you look at my tablet, 3 treasures tablets, and if you chew them, they're really fragrant, really very nice fragrance, like they were almost fresh, like a decoction, like fresh herbs. Especially if you try strengthen the root. I love strengthen the root because there's cinnamon in it, and it's really fragrant. You can smell the cinnamon. It tastes great. And also those that have volatile oils, even when you open the pot, you can smell them. And that's always a good sign. This is the classic syndrome of grippy tongue. Sometimes a syndrome, a pattern, is so closely associated with the prescription, a formula, that the pattern takes the name of the formula. So this will be the grippy tongue pattern. Classic deficiency of heart and liver blood, more common in women. And it can work both ways. It can cause depression, but also anxiety. You remember the Shen weakened, the Shen unsettled? So there is blood shu, which could cause Shen weakened and you're depressed. Or, because the blood is shu, the Shen becomes unsettled. Or both, of course. And this form, the same formula, is a very important formula for anxiety and insomnia from heart and liver blood shu. More common in women. The tongue should definitely be pale to use this. If the tongue is not pale, it's not this. It has a man there, it should really better be a picture of a woman. And the formula I have is grippy tongue, which is calm the Shen, but there are many other formulas you can use. But grippy tongue is the most famous one, which is calm the Shen. And by the way, grippy tongue has another important use, a gynecological use. It can also be used to stop bleeding from Qishu. And it's very good for that. Stop bleeding from Qishu, not from blood heat. And I use calm the Shen a lot to nourish blood in women, also in gynecological conditions. If I find that there is, instead of using the famous Bajjan Tang, for example, the 8 precious pills, if I find there is a background of emotional stress, anxiety, depression, I use calm the Shen instead as a general blood tonic, instead of the famous Bajjan Tang. And if it is a gynecological problem, the best time to do it, to nourish blood, will be in phase 2, i.e. a week after the end of bleeding. And those are 3 variations of pale tongues. That's a good one, because it's pale and also dry. That's pale but tending to peeled. That's severe blood sugar. And that's pale with a heart crack. That would be a good example too. That's a heart crack too. Okay, that's probably the best one, the best example, this one. This is heart and kidney yin shu. This also corresponds to a famous formula. The famous Tian Wang Fu Xin Dan, which in the women's treasure is Heavenly Empress. But that does not mean it cannot be used in men. It can be, because it's a variation of the famous Tian Wang Fu Xin Dan. And yin shu is something that can occur in different degrees. There isn't one tongue that shows yin shu. I can show you, we will see tomorrow, 10 tongues that show yin shu. This will be the most severe, this one, by far. The most advanced and the most severe. Why? Because it's completely without coating, except for bits left over there, and deep red with red points. So there is severe yin shu and severe empty heat. Yin shu is manifested by the lack of coating. The empty heat is manifested by the redness. Do not confuse the two things. They're not the same. We're going to talk about this tomorrow a lot. They're not the same. I always trick people when I say in yang shu the tongue is pale, therefore in yin shu it is, most people say red, but it's not. In yin shu is without coating. It's not to do with the color. Then if there is empty heat, then it's without coating and red. Okay, do not confuse the two things. But we'll come back to this tomorrow a lot. So the tongue you see there, it's a very advanced stage of yin shu with empty heat. So the tongue, in other words, doesn't have to be like that, as bad as that. And this will be characterized by depression with anxiety because of the empty heat. Forget about nocturnal emissions with dreams. I mean, that's from Chinese books. I have to remove that. The Chinese are obsessed with nocturnal emissions. Especially with dreams. You know why? It goes back to Gui. You know why they're obsessed with nocturnal emissions with dreams? Because when a man has the nocturnal emissions with sexual dreams, he's having intercourse with a female ghost who robs him of his jing. That's why. How many times, most of you have been practicing, how many times have you had a man complaining of nocturnal emissions? I've been practicing 35 years, and I can think of one. It was a problem because it was 3 times a week. One. So it goes back to what we were saying this morning. Those ideas are alive. That's why nocturnal emission with dreams is in all the Chinese books. And the worst female ghosts are the fox spirits. Fox, yeah. Those are the ones that rob you of your jing, a man of his jing more. What? These are all variations of yin shu with empty heat. That's the one we've seen. That's probably the worst one. This one is very bad too.
With the depression in the kidney area?
This one?
Yeah.
No, it's not so much a depression in the kidney area as a swelling here. But notice how different this is from that, but they're both yin shu. Notice how different that is and that. But that's yin shu as well. You can use that formula in all of these. Notice how different they are, those top two from the bottom two. This is also short, by the way. She couldn't stick it out more than that. Short confirms yin shu. And finally, kidney yang deficiency, a common cause of depression in men. Characterized by deficiency of the zhe, the willpower, motivation, enthusiasm. And these are 2 famous kidney yang tonics. Most people use that. Jing-shen Qi-wan, which is older. The Jing-shen Qi-wan is from the Shen and Hun. But I prefer Yogui-wan. Yogui-wan is from that doctor I mentioned a couple of times, Zhang Jiebin, of the late Ming. I prefer it because it's kind of more balanced between and yang. It nourishes blood in women. And as I said, it's more balanced. It's a kidney yang tonic, but it has Gou Qi, which nourishes kidney yin. I prefer it.
It has Lu Jiao in it too, doesn't it?
Yes, Lu Jiao in it. So I use this, and strengthen the root is a variation of that. Yogui one. So, have we forgotten any remedy? No, we mentioned all of them. Any questions?
I have a question
Yeah.
about dosing the herbs.
Yes. The herbs or the tablets? The herbs or the tablets?
The tablets. Or any of, I guess, I've been to lots of different things. Some people say, oh, you never need more than a couple grams.
Well, it depends on the
grams per body weight.
depends on the concentration of the tablets. My tablets are 7 to 1. I would use, let's say as an example, a person is depressed, middle age, in their 40s, and you give them whatever, searching soul. I would start with only 4 tablets, between 4 and 6. That's what I would do.
And do you ever use their body weight as a
No,
guide?
no, herbs don't work like that. I mean, you only need body weight if you're using drugs. No, I don't go by that. For a chronic condition like that, I would use between 4 and 6 tablets. For acute conditions, you need more. Let's say you're taking expel wind heat. For an invasion of wind heat, I would use a minimum of 9 tablets per day, or even 12. That's for adults, and for children is reduced.
Do you put that on your, in your book? Does it say that?
Yes, it is also in.
Your recommended dosage?
Yes, it is on the website. This one, threetreasures.com. Under newsletters, there is one newsletter called Safety of Chinese Herbal Medicine. It's quite long, and it has all of that in detail about dosages. But you see, herbal medicine, we don't need to worry about dosages as much as with drugs, going to body weight and this and that.
And then
And also I got something on interactions.
Okay.
Yes?
And then for how long would you try a formula before you decided maybe that's not the right one?
Yeah, that's a good point, a good question. It depends really. Give me a more concrete example of what they've got, because it depends also on what they've got and how long they've had it. I don't think there is a blanket answer to that. Let's say you treat someone for depression and you choose Gui Pitang. Let's say a woman with heart and liver blood sugar, you choose Gui Pitang. How long would you give it? Not that long in this particular example.
Because you should see some results.
Because you should see some results. I will give it.
A month?
No, not a day. No.
A month.
No, I would say a month. About a month I would give it. I would say a month. But if they got Parkinson's disease, it's different. I think you would need to wait for longer. Let's say they've got yin shu with internal wind and they got Parkinson's disease, I would wait probably 3 months. So you can't generalize. In gynecology, there's a standard rule in China that you wait 3 months, very minimum. If you want to regulate the period, or the periods are painful, or they're scanty, or they're heavy, the very minimum is 3 cycles.
I guess I'm thinking about more what we've been talking about today, like people who come in with panic attacks, anxiety disorders.
I would say roughly a month.
Okay, because they need to have some change, or they're right there kind of, they feel so bad.
Yeah, I know.
So that's why I didn't know how long to encourage them to keep going.
Yeah, I know. I would say the examples we had today are depression or anxiety, a month.
Okay.
And it doesn't mean that in a month they have to be 100% better, but at least 20% better, 30%. There's some changes.
Keep going with the same formula.
Yeah.
How would you handle transitioning patients
From drugs, antidepressants. Yes, antidepressants. A good thing about antidepressants, they don't change the tongue, in my opinion, that much. So they change more the pulse. And they don't change the pulse that much either. What they do to the pulse they give it a quality which escapes one of the classic qualities. I call it stagnant. They make the pulse kind of stagnant, like reluctant to come, but they don't really. If it's wiry, they won't change the wiriness. If it's slippery, they won't change the slipperiness of it. So a good thing is that don't change tongue and pulse that much, so you can still diagnose. And I would just, with antidepressants, would just wean them off gradually and overlap. There's no problem at all overlapping the antidepressants with this Chinese formula at all. I think what
Do you think that that's
I just want to say one more thing. Like 3 years ago, no one talked about interaction with drugs, no? And now everyone talks about interaction of Chinese herbs with drugs, and I think it's overemphasized. One of the most important interactions is with warfarin and aspirin and blood-moving herbs. But beyond that, some of the interactions you read about are theoretical. They're not real. Like I've read that if the patient is taking herbs like, what are they called for anxiety? What are they called? What? No, for anxiety. Yeah, but what is the general name? Benzodiazepines. You should not use herbs that calm the Shen. I don't agree at all. Because herbs that calm the Shen are not like a benzodiazepine. They tonify the heart, they nourish the Shen. That's not a contradiction at all.
I always have people take them and, take 3 hours between.
Yeah, definitely. That's a good rule.
Between a prescription Western medication and a herbal.
That's a good rule. Yeah, Jim.
Come back to this description of the emotions you were describing. What about developing the virtues? When you get involved in Qigong practice, you cleanse the negative emotion, and then you cultivate the virtues, gentleness, kindness, honor and respect, fairness, righteousness, which I think relates not in this order to hold the Shen, Hun, and that the actual positive side of it is the cultivation of that which gives you the experience of what hold the Shen, the Hun, actually mean. I mean, we've had these words out there for 30 or 40 years, but there's never been a way to actually experience, go through something that leads you to an experience of what your higher level function actually is. I'm wondering if that's something that's within this picture that you've got. I mean, I haven't had time to read.
No, it's not. No, I don't go into that. No.
Are you familiar with that as a concept? Practice?
Yeah. Sorry, you had the question?
When you're saying to wean them off of meds and that there is no herb-med interaction per se, I have clients who are on as many as 5. They're on mood stabilizers, antidepressants.
Yeah, don't misunderstand what I'm saying.
I just wanted to clarify.
I'm not minimizing the possibility of interactions, but some of the interactions you read about are theoretical.
Right.
But, as you correctly point out, yes, I am careful if they're taking 5 or 6 drugs, yes. And especially if I get an elderly person, when the kidney excretion is reduced, the liver enzymes may be compromised. If they're taking 5 or 6 of drugs or more, I don't give them herbal medicine at all. I don't. It's too confusing. And I try, and in most of those cases, the drugs they're taking are redundant. And unfortunately, they do it with the elderly especially. I really feel angry the way the elderly are treated, like on the scrap heap, at least in England. Maybe because I'm part of the elderly too now, but they're put on drugs For 7 years, no one reviews them. No one reviews them. No one is in charge. The GP doesn't see them, and it's just terrible. Terrible. Yeah.
If you were working with someone to help them get off a Western medication, you would work with their doctor too? I mean, that's what I do.
Yeah, that would be the best.
I don't just like.
That would be the best.
They want to.
That would be the best, especially for psychiatric drugs. Especially if someone has got bipolar. Especially so. But if someone is taking blood pressure drugs and things like that. But there'll be many times I haven't consulted with the GP.
Yeah, I mean, like say if they're on Lexapro versus if they're on Abilify.
Which one is that?
And all that. I don't know the other name.
Abilify is for bipolar, isn't it?
Yeah, it's for bipolar, and it's used sometimes for schizophrenics. So. I mean, there's just like so many complicating drugs. Like it's something that's simple, like an SSRI, versus somebody that's on major stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely you have to be very careful, and definitely have to do it with their GP or psychiatrist. But in England, if someone is taking, I don't know, antidepressants, there'll be many times I didn't consult with the doctor, and they just, the patient reduces themselves. Oh, I wanted to say something about Do 24, one of my favorite points, before we finish. The Do channel is very important for the Shen and depression because it treats 3 things: the kidneys, and therefore the Je; the heart, because it goes through the heart, and therefore the Shen; and the brain, Shen and Sea of Marrow. So it connects those 3 things, all 3 of which affect the Shen. And to use the Dume, I would use small intestine 3 and bladder 62, together with Do 20. Remember, Do 16 and Do 20 are the points of the Sea of Marrow. So you want to nourish the Sea of Marrow. Together with Ren 4. Especially in women, to tonify the kidneys, I use Ren 4 a lot. It's a great point. Because not only it tonifies kidneys, both yin and yang, it nourishes blood, strengthens the uterus, it tonifies Jing, and on top of all that, it also calms the mind. And all the Do points for depression, I use a lot 24. Shen Ting, in this context, I would translate Shen as spirit, because it works not only on the Shen of the heart, but also the Hun, Shen and Hun. And it works both ways. I use it for depression and anxiety. And the name is interesting. Ting is the courtyard, is this. This is a traditional Chinese house. And the courtyard was very important in Chinese houses because it gives the first impression to the visitor. So this is like the entrance to the Shen, basically, Shen Ting. And by the way, it's also for memory. And it works both ways. It can be used for depression and also mania. And it makes a great combination with Ren 15. And possibly also Ren 4, if there is a kidney deficiency. Either these 2 points or all 3 of them. The Du and Ren combinations are very, very nice combinations. They combine Du and Ren, Yin and Yang, above and below. Du and Ren, Yang and Yin, above, below. And interestingly, Ledoux, that author I mentioned, talks about the prefrontal cortex, and not by chance, Do-24 is where it is. So it would act on the prefrontal cortex. And the prefrontal cortex is where I call it the arena of Shen and Hun. Is responsible for, it's not here, for projects, plans, ethical decisions as well. That's the one that we have developed the most compared to animals. And this is an interesting thing. Over 1 million years, our brain has got 3 times bigger, and the prefrontal cortex has got 6 times bigger. This one. And interesting, Ledoux calls that the gateway to consciousness, like the courtyard. And Shinting is exactly there. So I use Shenting with those 2 points, or often, in more full conditions, I use Shenting a lot with gallbladder 13. So Do-24 and gallbladder 13, which is also a very interesting point, because it's called Ben-Shen, the root of Shen. And one of its functions is to gather Jing to the brain. So it treats the Shen by treating its root, i.e. the Jing of the kidneys.
When you use these points, do you only use these points, or do you add peripheral points?
No, there will be other points.
And do you leave them in for?
I leave them in usually 20 minutes. Roughly 20 minutes, and then, not always, but 70% of the time, I would use some back shoe points afterwards, left in for 10 minutes. I leave the points in 20 minutes because over the years I've realized this phenomenon. If this is the time, and this is the intensity of the needling sensation, I've noticed this. You put the needles in and it goes up like that, let's say, and then it levels off, and then it falls off quite rapidly, and that's roughly about 20 minutes, 20-25 minutes. And I come to this conclusion because when I was practicing, I see one patient at a time, and I started asking them all the time what they were feeling. What do you feel here? What do you feel now? What do you feel now? What do you feel now? And that's what I noticed. There's this increase in sensation, and then it levels off, and then it falls down gradually. And that's roughly 20-25 minutes in an adult. Okay. Okay, I think we'll stop here. We'll continue tomorrow if we have time. Have you got any other questions before we finish? So tomorrow we're going to talk about tongue diagnosis. And we'll be very practical and things you can use in your practice straight away.
Once you fill out these surveys, I'll give you your certificates for today.